Welcome to the dojo. Let's see if we're level with the ceiling. Kind of. Welcome, friends. How we doing today? Right off the jump, Anthazar, hello. I've dressed the place up a little bit for you. Oh God. Oh, my back is killing me today. Good evening. The guy your wife said don't worry about. Well, I'm not going to worry too much, okay? If you know my wife's name, you should introduce me to her because I haven't met her. Valentine's, yes, I missed it. I wanted to do a stream, but I am editing like a fucking madman. What up? Show some skills, bro. Okay, Rob. That is what we do on the show. Reversal. And every time I do this, I'm incredibly nervous. I'm going to shatter the light right above my head. You like this? Okay, how about, okay, I always pull this one out, but then we do upside down. Hello, you see this? Do you see this? Hello. And then, when you want it back, you just flip it. Why are you gay? Looks professional, thank you. It's, so far it's amateur. Once we hit 500 subs and, 3,000 watch hours, then it becomes professional. Today, since you guys are all voyeurs and refuse to volunteer, I'm gonna have to beat the shit out of Bob again. I don't know the technical term. Oh, do you know the one where there's a knife or a metal weight on the end of a chain and you use it as a weapon? Give me one moment. Thank you. You're talking about a meteor hammer. Huh? Tuesday's wardrobe was more fitting to the room. Hey, here's the thing, Anthazar. I 4x'd my viewership by doing that. So I'm learning. I don't know what that means, crunchy biscuits. I don't know what you mean. But yes, I have the this guy. Let's see. My aim is getting a little bit better. Okay, here's the cool thing. I messed it up, but when you don't mess it up, you can tie this in a way where I can cast it and it will come undone without any tangles. What do you think about that? Those are sick. Taekwondo, what is the technique though in Taekwondo? Because I have not taken a Taekwondo class. You got to help me. Okay, so, I mean, this is cool because, like, all the nunchuck stuff applies, right? Like, it's all the same principles. It's just, like, 10 times more unwieldy. But one of my favorite moves is to, let's see if I can do it. First shot, nope. I'm just nervous. Here we go. You kick, oops. I'm not Instructor Bensei. There we go, we got a shot to the face. Oh, 2. If we get 3 in a row. Are you kidding me? Likes. Thank you. I trust you're always liking. I'll show this one. That's funny. Are you Sean Woodson? I don't know that person. You don't know what style? Is it, I mean, it could just be like an American blend. That's possible. I don't know where you're from. I assume America because that's where I'm at. All right, let's get this meteor hammer going. How did that kind of work? Okay, hold on. Honestly, that's better than using the chucks. Okay, watch. The chucks like come back like this. I've blasted my knuckles a million times. He is his own weapon. Exactly. Exactly. When I walk through the little scan machine at the TSA, they don't know that I can cut, bludgeon, you know, gouge, some other stuff. Antizar knows what I'm talking about. Shotokan, yes, the most popular style. It is my least favorite, especially now that I'm older. Like the stances are so hard. I mean, they're beautiful, but they're hard as hell. Shotokan karate. I don't know. I really dislike the like hyper like. I need my fingers like stiff as a board, straight. It's like that's not really natural. I like the old school styles. I mainly practice Goju-ryu. I mean, I do a lot of Ruei-ryu katas. It's like the watery style. It's like our intros are gonna be like here, you know. Goju-ryu is like, Ruei-ryu is like. Done it earlier years. You're a phony. Oh, it only took well, actually, this is kind of late for someone to accuse me that I don't know what I'm doing. I usually turn them around, though. I usually turn them around. Oh, you know what? You know what's... Okay. Marshall, don't make me Ninja Turtle your ass, okay? Hello. Young Matthew. How are you today? It's Thursday. It's Friday Eve. How do we feel, you two? I do Taekwondo. Oh, okay. Cool. Chilling. Let's see. Nitosai. I've got it in my sleeve. Boom! 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 You see this? Okay. Do you understand? You understand what this would do to your brain? I can't even get around his arms. God! See, that's not how you use them, though. You use it like this. Boom, 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 boom. God. Hook. You know what I'm saying? Do you understand? I'm blue. I've only been doing it for 3 years. Only 3 years. It's longer than most. A lot of people quit before 1 year. There's this move we do at the end of like this kata where you You come around and you smash somebody's hand. Here. And then you throw, okay, check this out. I figured we were going to do this. Okay, I figured. The sai are not my weapon. My weapon are the chucks. Because when I first started karate from the Green Power Ranger, that's what he started me on. All right, so this, oh shit. Okay. Usually you throw small ones. These are big and heavy. But it's cool. The belt system is stupid. I agree, it's arbitrary, and you know, it honestly doesn't mean anything. You can buy a black belt, like you can buy the brand of black belt that I got from my sensei. And you know, a lot of places are McDojos and a lot of people suck. So it's like, even if you don't have training, it's like you're not even honestly that far off from some of the people who claim to be black belts. Unfortunately. Bam, bam. Okay, I'm nervous this is gonna like bash me in the foot and break my bones. Knock on wood. You started as a white belt, over time it gets dirty, right? You know how the Uma Thurman did that 5-palm exploding heart technique? Are there really things like that, or pressure points that cause the paralysis? No. Like Houdini might have gotten his heart stopped by having it struck at the right time. I mean, but that's just because you like bludgeoned the heart. It's not like because you hit it in, you know, Toro no Guchi or Kakiyuke or whatever. I mean, there's paralysis points in the sense of like, if you shatter someone's spine in the back, they'll be paralyzed. But like, we already know about that one, you know. But you have none what? What's your favorite move? Oh man, that's hard to say. I mean, I have so many. Okay, if I can bend the question, and I will because I'm sensei, you know, my favorite kick is probably, it used to be the question mark kick. You know, it used to be the, here. I was really partial to like really high side kicks to the head. But I think my favorite kick is the front kick, and the lead front kick. I don't have a ton of utility for this. You know, it's down the center, it's from the back, and it's like their hands are ready to catch, or it's the easiest one to like get like pulled offline, and then they nail you, right? So it's just so much faster to use this foot. And like, I actually, in the class that I'm about to publish, this is in one of the combos where it's like, you jab, and then as you fake, you prep for the front kick that comes right behind it. That's like, instead of a pushing kick that like blasts him backwards, it's like, it's kind of like an uppercut kick. You know, like you can blast him this way, but if you get under the ribs and hit the diaphragm, it really sucks. Especially if you get them like when they're on the way out, it's like it forces everything out. But I do this like right under the chin. You know, can we all see that? Can we see Bob? Right under the chin. So, and I can throw that a lot easier. I have a lot of back problems, so the less I have to twist, the better, you know? But I can get to the head with that lead thing, and nobody really expects it. Everybody kicks with the back because it's like max power, but, you know, max power isn't always the answer. Guys, MMA is better than this stupidity. Yeah, I've trained Krav Maga, Dutch kickboxing, Muay Thai, BJJ, grappling. I've done capoeira. It's not like as practical, but you see it in the UFC. So I have done a very wide mix of martial arts. This is just, my primary style. And even as a karate guy, I don't fight like a lot of people. I fight more like the old school guys. You have 0 karate badges? That's true. I didn't call you bald. Mods. You can say what you want about MMA or Kung Fu, Taekwondo is great, BJJ is awesome. MMA puts everything together. The mad cannibal martial artist, Shonen. You remember. I'm flattered. Welcome back. Gi choke, game over. Yeah. Well, and you can make the argument of like you can plug that into jackets if you live in an area where people wear jackets a lot, but you can't. I mean, a lot of my jackets I can slip out of pretty easy. But I've choked Bob many times. Tried to get him to choke me to practice my defenses, of course. Okay. I would never use nunchucks, really. I mean, I would in that I can use them, but I would, if someone comes in and is like breaking in, I'm just gonna blast them. This isn't about doing this kind of thing. Have you ever done no-gi BJJ? Yeah, I did sort of like a blend where they kind of mixed it with like a freestyle sort of wrestling kind of thing, but then you go to the ground and I like no-gi personally because I don't like relying on I need the belt and all this shit. It's I want something that will work at the base level with nothing, because it'll also work in a gi. Like the Ezekiel choke, Bob's neck is thick as hell, so it's really hard to choke him like this. But the Ezekiel choke is it's right there. Could you tell me a trick I could try during sparring to try against someone, and if I don't know it, could you teach it to all of us? Yeah, totally. Okay, a trick you could try during sparring. Okay, I'll give you a free one up first, and then they're all free, but I'll give you an easy one at first. If you're Taekwondo, it's probably kind of point style. So normally what happens is you get ready, you're facing your opponent, and then they go, Hajime or whatever, and then you get in your stance, and you kind of do this, and then you start setting up. This only works one time with each person. But what you do is you blast them immediately, right? They go, Hajime, just crash into them as soon as possible. That's trick number 1. Trick number 2, you ki-eye. I don't know if you ki-eye, when you strike, but you ki-eye ahead of time to get a startle, and you delay it, right? So instead of going, I go, I. So you see me do this, and you kind of go what? I didn't see anything. And then in that half second afterward, that is when you hit them, right? So it's and I step a little bit, because it makes some noise, and it also moves me forward that suggests I'm committing, right? You got to sell the fake. So it's bam, right? Bam. Okay, now, trick number 3, which is in the beginner's class that I'm going to post. So if you want to try this, you'll have many opportunities to. Okay, you use that lead front kick, but you set it up, right? So just like before, right? Jab, put something in his face to get him thinking up here. Then you do it again, but I'm not going to actually try and hit him. I'm just keeping this in front of his eyes. right? So that he doesn't see that I'm getting ready to front kick him in the face. So you jab, and you got to like go for it, right? So that he actually will respond to the next one. You put it in his face and you step up, right? You're probably in a wide stance. If you're real square, maybe you can do it, but I like to time it at the same time. 1, 2, right? So jab, 1, 2, hit him in the face. As this is pulling back, this is coming up from underneath. You have a headphone dent. That's just my skull. It's not even headphones. It's just like, look, there's this weird kind of like alien crater back here. Wing Chun, we got taught how to apply pressure on strikes so they can't move. Yeah, heavy hands. That is huge. And I do this in my sparring, and nobody in karate especially knows what to do about it. Even in kickboxing, right? So, get over here, Bob. You have a single job. Okay, so like, for instance, a jab, we know holding the elbow and wrist to lock it. Yeah, so I'll do heavy hands, and there's a principle in karate called fin-di. It's a very old principle. Nobody talks about it anymore because nobody does old school stuff anymore. But it's karate's version of Wing Chun, where it's essentially as you hit a point, you roll over and then you open up new things, right? And then you roll, take control, ascend, right? It's like this climbing, rolling, like, and you put pressure the whole time. So what I'll do is, I'm giving you all of my secrets. I'll make a video about this, okay? But you're getting it for free now. You paw this hand, so they like start doing this. Hit them here. Then you start leaning on it. And when I mean lean, I'm like connecting my arm to my core. I'm like keeping it as one solid piece. And I am like leaning, like putting my weight on this arm. And just having him like do this, right? You can roll over. Nobody thinks to do this in karate, and it drives me bonkers, okay? So you can, here, open, right? Here, you can climb this way, elbow, roll underneath, okay? It's, if you try, it's like, instead of trying to separate yourself from the opponent, if you try and connect to them, now, like, not only can I move him, but he's stiffened up, I'm stiffened up, wink, right? So when he moves, I feel it, right? So I know where he's gonna go, too. I can, like, and this part of this is because of my dance training, right? But, you know, I can feel when he's pushing off that back leg, I can feel it in here. I can feel the weight, like moving through him, okay? So, heavy hands. Here, 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 here. Takedown, right? Foot sweep. You got to be unpredictable. That is the key to winning. In jail, people will need to go to lower 8 or upper 8 to fight. Well, there's like the 52 block system, right? Again, I talk about that in another video that is coming up very soon. Have you earned your red belt? Red belt is head of the style. So, no, I have not created my own style. You know, so I do not have a red belt. And the systems that I was in, we didn't do red belts because that's like the grandmaster belt. So I have a few black belts. I mean, Shonen, you know that. You already know. So, I mean, if you want more specific sparring tips, you know, feel free to ask. I love specific, interesting questions. But yeah, a lot of times I I have a lot of dance background, so I'll just like kind of be unpredictable. And it's like you don't really know where I'm committing my weight because I'm not really like, I'm not sure either, right? I have like a sort of dominant cruisy, but not like bending over like I'm trying to, you know. Andrew Tate's karate class. That's the first Andrew Tate mention of the night. That's crazy. Usually we have about like 15 or 20. Have you fought in the street? No, I have not fought in the street. I avoid fights in the street because I don't know when people are packing knives or worse. I've talked myself out of fights. That's the thing. When you actually fight, you don't want to get into street fights because you know, like, fighting is, in the street, it's stupid. Like, the risk of bashing your head against the concrete, even if you slip, right? You hit a goddamn banana peel and your ass is in a coma. It's like, I hope all that respect was worth it, you know what I mean? I hear what you're saying about street fighting, no rules, etc., but, you know, Anthazar always understands. True, I like you, humble. Thank you. And I know that because I've done these things, right? I've done hard Kyokushin sparring where you just blast each other and like you just eat liver shots constantly, right? I've done Muay Thai where you have to check the kicks or you are fucked. Like you have to. And it's like, oh my God, oh my God. I've done it, right? I've broken knuckles deflecting kicks, right? So even when I fight karate, it is not this, here's what let me check this. He's a banger. I like to bang, yeah. Oh, Luffy, I want to show that. But temporarily, that's the thing about paralysis techniques. You can't guarantee it's not permanent. That's sort of a coin toss, you know? So I fight like this, okay? Some of this is because I have to protect my back, but I fight in a slightly bladed but mostly square sort of, not Philly shell, but I'm ready to go here if I've broken people's toes because they try and kick me in the back because they know I have back problems, right? They're assholes. Boom, hit them right in the foot. Easy. And I just leave it there sometimes and they'll just keep kicking it because I don't know, they don't want to adapt. This hand here, right? It's so easy. This hand, I'll like grab from underneath and just come straight over. That's a really fun one. If they have sleeves, it's a lot easier, but I do a lot of like foot sweeps that are initiated from pulling here too, right? So I'll grab here, pull this way, and move forward to have them, you know, kind of go like that for a few seconds. I mean, you could ring their bell, give them brain damage, but that's permanent. You could hit a nerve cluster that would like, but you could do permanent. I have some permanent damage in this elbow from taking a kick from one of my students. And it's like, he got me right in the nerve and it just was the perfect timing. It just worked out that way. Have you done professional fighting? No. I have not been paid to fight. Do you have a 3-section staff in your arsenal? I don't. I don't like it's like, that's way too much. That's like so extra, you know? That's like a hat on a hat on a hat. To me, I mean, some people, you know, some people see it differently. But I like the tonfa. Get in UFC. You should do MMA. I would, but my back is fucked. Like, all of the weightlifting, the powerlifting injuries I have, the martial arts injuries, I mean, it's like, I'm lucky that I can practice this. So I'm too old. You know, I'm almost 40. I don't know how old I look. But it's past time for me to, you know, go full on with some roided out monster. I don't really like this. It gives you good range, but mainly just for like one of these. Can't really do this that well, but this punch is real nice. Bam. You look 28? I'll take it. Shit. I did boxing as sparring boxer. I made KO to the board. They didn't want me to. Oh, okay. So you knocked someone out in sparring and they kicked you out? I mean, that's. I mean, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that's kind of bad form. Like, if you knock out a sparring partner, that's like breaking a game controller. It's like, well, now you can't, that guy can't train. He can't train with you. It's like, you know, like if you showed up and they knocked you out, you know, you might be like, I kind of want someone else, you know. He was professional. Oh, damn. Well, that's the thing. Professional just means you're extra skilled. Your brain is still sensitive, right? You can still catch people with surprise shots. Sometimes being unpredictable, and a lot of times actually, being unpredictable is more valuable than having maximum power technique. There are boxers, there's a guy, it's like Prince something or other. He fires these wacky shots from like strange angles, and it works because nobody knows what to do with them. I just spilled Dr. Pepper on my bed. At least it'll smell like spices, right? That's part of the territory, though, no. Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, I was the one, he was professional, and he was hurting hard. I told him to slow down, he didn't. Oh. Yeah, and that's a thing, like, a lot of people have attitude, and when someone gives you attitude in sparring, the correct response is to give it back to them, right? And if he's a pro, it's like he's just being a douchebag, you know? Like he's abused, especially if you like are fresh, not cool, you know? Professionals are the ones that should know how to take it easy because they can land creative shots. They don't have to blast you, you know what I mean? And they shouldn't be. You look like Tate / Pee Wee Herman. Tate is the most common one. Pee Wee Herman, I think I've heard one other time. I get Murr a lot. Was it Blackberry Dr. Pepper? Oh my God, Anthazar. Blackberry Dr. Pepper is the best. It is the best one. It's so fucking good, and I can't find it anywhere because everyone knows. It's so good. Like MVP, sick with random moves. Yeah, I think that's. He got KO'd, he went to the hospital. Ooh. I think that's the person. Do you know any VR karate games? Yeah. It's not karate, but the best VR game that I've played, and I haven't played a ton of them, is Dragon something Kung Fu. It's very one-to-one with the hands. So you can get some like wacky stuff, and they have people programmed with different styles. So it'll be like someone doing like Snake, you know, and like someone else doing like Crane, and like you can fight these people in like in a tea shop, and you can like blast a guy into a table, you know. It's so fucking cool. I actually have a video where I did that. I need to do another one. So if you want to check it out and get a sense for it, I would highly recommend that. Do a Tate impression. I hate Tate. How much is that game? I want to say it's maybe like $30, 20 or $30. Something like that. Now I have weapons everywhere. Do we like the new space? Do we like it? Do we like it? I have a little extra room to, you know, get a little funky. What are you doing in life? You're looking at it, buddy. It's also about endurance, because the guy doesn't always just get dropped. Yeah. Oh yeah, and that's why I don't like point fighting, is because like you don't get anywhere. Like I talked about this last stream, but it's like when it's like a touch, Bob. When it's a touch, and then you get separated, it's like I can't build any kind of strategy. All of my it's just like who's the fastest, you know, who's the fastest on the draw. But like I can't build, like earlier we were talking about faking and like, you know, but you have to set up for some of these like tricky moves, which is like my thing. I'm pretty fast, I'm pretty strong, but I'm not maxed out in any of those things. I'm maxed out in like variety of skills, you know? So I get tricky. And you know, I don't throw roundhouse kicks like this. I throw them like that. Liver shot, right? Under the elbow. Because I think about the shit that's in the way. I don't just hit a bag like, oh, my 20-piece combo, you know, KFC bucket of punches. Be honest, you learn from the great, what? I mean, as a job. Oh, I'm a very low-level software person by day. It's the least of my skills. I was just going to say that their backdrop really enhances you. Oh, thank you. Yeah, oh yeah, well, and I'm pale as hell, right? So like the contrast I feel like really helps. So you can see you can see what's going on. I like to throw hook kicks. You maxed out that karate gi. Yeah, well, my sensei was really, I mean, I don't even know how many senseis, honestly. One of my most hardcore senseis who would allow groin kicks in sparring. And it's like, he kicked me in the groin and he's like, yeah, what are you gonna tell somebody that's not allowed? Like, I can't train you to like ignore groin kicks because people are gonna do it. People aren't gonna kick to the head. They're gonna like, boom, right here. So you gotta be prepared for it. That is the dojo that I bled through multiple gis. So this was a demonstration. He was showing me kakyuke, hooking block, or like hooking grab. So you grab here and then you pull down towards the wrist, right? The idea is if you continue to squeeze, you'll hit the wrist and then you'll stop. And then you now have control, right? So no matter where you are, you can pull and you will get to the hand. So I don't even have to see him. As long as I get on that arm and yank down and squeeze, it'll happen. With AI, it's hard. In what way? Oh, jobs? Oh, yeah. And I work on some AI stuff. I don't know when it's going to happen, but I will be automated out of a job. So even more reason for me to start teaching karate classes and start teaching kickboxing, start teaching nunchucks, because that is what I'm good at. I mean, I'm good at my job too, but like, I'm particularly good at movement. Bullshido Master codename Dummy Scammer. Do you also train Muay Thai? I have for like a year and a half, maybe. It was hard on my knees, all of the pivoting, because all of those kicks, I don't love to come up like this high on every kick, Again, I throw like Kyokushin style kicks. They're like kind of like minimal telegraph, and they're very close, like from here. But the constant heavy bam, bam, these huge power shots, bam, feel amazing. But they're like my knees I did a ton of ballet and stuff, so my knees are I'm old. Have you played VR chat? I haven't. Yeah, for people who do it, it's hard to get a job with AI. Yeah, oh, I know people that I used to work with that have double my experience, double my skill. They've been out of work for years because there is nothing. And that was before the AI stuff started, really, because it's only really popped off in the last year or so. I like this floor. It's a little slick so I can turn pretty easy on it. Aye. Aye. And then you turn and you do this little thing here. And then you turn around and you're done. Shisochin. Yeah, the knee is used a lot and the shin. Yeah. Oh man, I have a picture of my first day and I just have a rectangular bruise down the entire length of my shin. It was just purple. I think I put it up in the the bone conditioning video. But it was nasty and it felt like soft, like not good. My fantasy dream guy, karate IT. My IT skills are, okay. Are clinch strikes used in karate? Oh yeah. They just rarely teach them, like they're in the katas, right? All of this stuff is like here, right? And there are moves where like you join your hands together, or like do stuff like this. And that is supposed to be, there are like throws, but it's just not talked about. A lot of times, a lot of instructors are thinking about like liability. And if you have 8-year-old students, not, if you teach them how to like throw someone from the neck, like it's just not worth it, So it gets watered down, and then karate gets a bad reputation, and I have to defend myself every stream. How are you, handsome Eduardo? Welcome back. Oh, thank you. Give you a little gift. See, coming up to the next Dragon Ball Netflix series. You're so beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate that. What's your favorite VR game? Honestly, probably Blade and Sorcery. I get to feel like a sword master, I've been getting creative. I'm planning on recording, going into the arena with no weapons and just using like karate techniques or something. And like chopping people's arms, like ah! It's stupidly fun. And then if you do all the magic powers, you can like float above everyone, and then like shoot huge like asteroids at people. You have there's a Kamehameha attack. You just shoot a lightning beam that you can like blast people into the sky with. It's fucking dope. Brazil. I don't remember any Portuguese from when we went to Brazil. Obrigado. I think that's the one I have to say, right? Slow your roll, boys. Don't fight over me. It's okay. We're a community here. What's your favorite Mortal Kombat character? Ooh, good question. Is Shang Tsung the guy that steals people's souls? I really like that guy. I also really like Reptile. I think he's dope. The green, green's my favorite color actually. He spits like acid, right? It's just metal as hell. Everyone loves Scorpion because he has the like ha 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 line, get over here, like Sub-Zero going like, why don't you chill out, something like that. Black belt under who, may I ask? Several senseis. I don't want to dox myself, but I'm certified in Goju-ryu and Isshin-ryu. I'm certified in Shito-ryu. Technically, I'm certified in Shotokan, but I don't really practice it, so I don't like to advertise that. I have. Oops. Here's one of my black belts, my other black belts. I have another one. I do this every stream, even though I don't. That's why I don't wear the one with the gold that often. But then people they see Arawaza and they think it says Amazon. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. I mean, it's natural. I understand. Unfortunately, the karate community has preceded me with a reputation that I don't agree with. Raiden. That's hella cool. Kitana. Kitana's sick. Good outfit, too. You know damn well you ain't earned that black belt. Oh, boy. Here we go. Do you fight competitive? I've competed. I don't anymore. But, okay. Okay, look at that. Look at that. I mean, this thing's pretty big. I got a couple other trophies. I really like this one. This is Grand Champion, but it's a little hulked out man. So, and it kind of resembles my gi, I'm getting there. So. But my competition days are over. Under what banner? I mean, at the different dojos I've practiced under. So mostly, I stick to Goju-ryu and my Isshin-ryu roots. That is true to like my body, my personality. I like to get in close, Scorpion versus Sub-Zero in the ice is top notch. What's your take on the Cobra Kai series post Karate Kid movies? Anthazar, I know you're in love with me, but you're setting me up so easy. This is another video I'm going to do, but I'll spoil it. The karate in Cobra Kai sucks. It's fucking awful. Like, I know they had them practice a little bit, but like, it bothers me so much because like, they show, I haven't watched like the last season, but they show these kids, right? They're like white belts and they're like, the montage, like, na na na, and these kids are like, ha, ha, and, falls down and then, sweeps somebody and he looks up and the kid's like, helps him up, and they do the whole thing. And then they go to the tournament and they're just fucking black belts. They haven't gotten better. Their kata blows, like, honestly. They couldn't have just gotten, like, martial artists that can act, you know what I mean? It bothers me so fucking much. But their kata, they do like these things where it's like, and it's like, you're not the goddamn Frankenstein. It's, put some goddamn oomph into it. I'm sorry, I feel very passionate about it. Why is it only short guys that do this type of shit? You don't know how tall I am. I could live in a mansion. I have no problem with my height. And neither, do the ladies or the gentlemen. So, Cosmic, I hope you're not worried about your own height. Bro, I'm looking at you. Do you see this? Do you see that? Oh, but I'm short, so, We're all having fun here, Cosmic. We're all a little gay in here, okay? I'm gonna show this against my better judgment. You guys, you flatter me. Fair play. I boxed for many years. I'm from South Wales. I am, sorry, I'm a little baked. My family is from like Scotland and Wales, so like Wales gets a bad rap. You know, everyone talks about. It's like, oh, they have sheep there, and it's like, fuck you, man. You know, like, you know what? They also have fairies there that'll tear your face off. Beautiful nose hair. You think? Is it high def? What's your favorite free VR game? I don't know. I don't know that I have any free ones. Somebody's got to do it. I like the undershot, but I know it's going to bounce back. That's a thing. It only works when you blast it, and even then it like came back this way. CG Let's, I don't know. It's an interesting name. It looks a little bit like a name I used to know. Nunchuck out of nowhere. God tier. The cool thing about the gi is that you have this little pocket. You know, I frequently have like a prop gun that I'll keep in here. When did you start to lose your hair, and did you fight the loss or just go with it? It's funny because like I had long hair in high school, right? Wavy. It was a little funny, but it was very good. Then I tried to grow it out in college. I was like 21, 22. And it was just super thin after like a certain length, and it was like really shitty and broken. And I was like, why does my hair suck? But my girlfriend at the time really liked it, so I was like, well, I guess, you know, I gotta keep it. Then I started working in tech, and I got a sunburn, and I was like, my head is burned, that's weird. Didn't put it together. Some guy at work dared me to shave my head, and I was like, I'll do it. And he's like, no, you won't. And I came back with a shaved head, and then it grew back in, and it did not come in like here. And I was like, oh, fuck. So I've just been shaving my head the whole time. Well, I love the bald look. So hot. Thank you, Anthazar. And you're selective about the bald, so I appreciate that too. What's good? Hopefully you. And if you're not, let me know what I can do to entertain you. Right? Right? Don't you fuck up the curtain, Bob. I've been recording, and I'll kick him, and he'll just like bash this shit down, and it drives me bonkers. I hate it. Can we see the weapons cache? Sure. Of course. Of course, obviously. Chucks. I have 2 other pairs of Chucks. I got the Sai. Okay. I used to have the small ones too, so I could carry one in the back. I did this earlier where I threw it into a cardboard box. Maybe I'll do that later. But I got these. What else we got? Tonfa. Okay. Also, meteor hammer. Okay. I also have a Tichu, which is like a dowel, but whatever. I have Kama in the other room. There's sides. I'll go get them. Fuck it. I'm putting on a show, you know? I gotta show up. Where's the, okay. Okay, all right. All right. That room, members only, all right? We also got the Kama. I do not know any like kata for this. But it's a lot, I mean, all of the Filipino stick fighting works, except everyone I know that specializes in the Kama has fucked themselves up on the forearms. huge scars. Some of them, their fingers don't work exactly the same because a lot of these techniques are like, you know, there's like this thing where you stab in and then you like separate. But like when you plug this into other karate techniques, there's a lot of like sliding like this, and then you got to like not cut your own stuff. I hunt, but I hunt with dogs. On the Welsh Mountains, can't be, oh. That's my retirement plan, man. Hunt to fill a freezer. Guy lost 3 dogs here in Florida to a hog. Oh my God. Pit bull greyhounds? Damn. Hey Vito. What is what? These are comma sickles. They're wooden ones. I would not dare try at the actual bladed ones. What does the wooden dummy help with in karate practice? The wooden dummy is, I mean, I don't see a huge value in the wood. The good part of the wooden dummy is it gives you like a leg thing, so you can kind of like attack the leg in a way that feels like a leg. But the arms don't really move. They move a little bit, but they're very static, so you have to move around it. And maybe that's the point of the wooden or the Wing Chun, but to me, I want to like move with the thing. So, you know, it does teach you heavy. I mean, you were here for this earlier, so you know. We talked about the heavy hands and like putting your weight onto somebody like that, especially in climbing techniques. I don't know if I can pick him up like this. Oh, that's sick. No, he's gonna slide. This floor is slick. I'm not used to it. Okay. Aye. Sweep. I include grappling and clinch in all of my entries because I don't like to fight here. I like to work my way in. Like I'll eat shots in order to walk forward, and I'm kind of like Darth Vader like that. I'll just like, I have good footwork, but a lot of times I'll just come in and it's like I'll just tank stuff on my arms and just like it's really effective. Hey bro, my teacher was the one who put the white Tiger Ranger in his dojo to get students back in the day and taught white Tiger Kempo. The green Power Ranger was my first sensei. I have a video on that. He's the one that taught me nunchucks. Rest in peace. Hey, hi, you must be Harry Potter. Yep. Yes, sir, them, or madam. It was a white Tiger Ranger cutout poster from the movie. Ooh. I listened to the theme song from the Power Rangers a lot. What part of Wales do your family come from? I'll have to ask my dad. I can't remember because the name's like, you know, well, you understand. Michael J. White explains how to use the Bob the Dummy pretty well. Free Palestine. That look was directly from hell. Yeah, I have like, because of my sort of Andrew Tate features, I kind of have like a goblin profile where it's like heavy up here, and then especially it's like, you know, I get like, you know, it's like, it's wacky and it's like, it's not normal and it's terrifying. Oh, you remember watching it. I'm sorry, Pure Techniques. Oh, I apologize. Most of the people in the lives have no idea who I am, so that's my assumption. It's an honor. He's a legend. He inspired me too. Well, yeah, I mean, and it really sucks. It's like, how many more people could he kept inspiring, especially nowadays? Because like back in the 90s and like early aughts, I don't like that word, the early 2000s, mental health, nobody gave a shit. Nobody talked about it. There were like, you know, all kinds of jokes that like wouldn't go, and now there's like support for it, and it's like not as shamed as it was. So like people can talk about it more, you know? You're from a good mix, bro. Welsh and Scottish are tough people. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I mean, that's where I got all of the like, I have like a good back and arms. Like I have good like, you know, the stone lifting. I almost went to the Highland Games once, but I got injured. Green Ranger's always going to be a legend in my book. You said you took a sidekick from him. Oh, thank you for watching. I appreciate that. I'm sorry for assuming that you hadn't. My bad. I'm good, but I do feel bad. The white Tiger Power Ranger and Green Power Ranger were the same guy. Oh yeah, right. He like left and then he came back, right? He got a haircut. They always get a haircut between, you know. That's how you know he's different. Tommy played every color ranger throughout the years. I'm sure that was his jam. I mean, no, I don't think any of the other cast loved being a Power Ranger as much as he did. And the crazy thing is, at the Rising Sun Dojo, there's not like a ton of pictures of him in the costume. None of it. It is totally focused on the martial arts side. You know, he doesn't have anything, you know, like that. It was so cool. I've had the privilege of training for 30 plus years, and my highlight is getting to train with Benny the Jet. Damn, 3 times? Oh. Pure technique is right. Damn. That's pretty cool. Benny the Jet is no joke. And I mean, to have trained directly with him, that's like, what an honor. All right. And then you know, that's not my karate. Okay, sorry. Really like that lead hook. And I go palm in personally. Palms. Boom. You know what I mean? Andrew Lee. I always talk for hours before training. He liked talking to me and I asked good questions. I can tell you from experience, that's what senseis want. They want to talk shop. He told what it's like doing the movie with Jackie Chan, Meals on Wheels. Oh, that's crazy. That's pretty cool. Man, what a time. We don't have like the same kind of stars like that, you know? I don't know, I feel like movies are getting cheaper and cheaper, and anything that's not like Marvel, it's like, I don't know. Quantity, not quality. What's like the easiest front kick I can do? No effort. I like low hook kicks. Underrated. back of the head. See, a lot of like the way I fight, it's like I do a lot of like, I'll just put my hands on people's hands and just like what are we gonna do? People don't do anything. Anyways, good seeing you, fellow karateka. Keep it up. Good finally getting to talk to you. You can hit me up anytime. Also a good listener. Pure Techniques, I appreciate it. Osh. Domo arigatou. Sayonara, my friend. Movies are getting worse because nobody has good ideas. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Anthazar, you beat me to it, as always. It's just like they can't come up, it's just like no new ideas, just remake, you know. As soon as the 20-year-olds become 25, you just get a new set of 20-year-olds to do the same goddamn movie. Pisses me off, man. Takedown. I wish he had legs so I could like sweep him better. He's bottom heavy. Jackie was doing parkour before it was a thing. Yes, combat parkour. Lil Tate. Oh, here we go again. 3 sets of where is the cash? Where's the cash, Bob? Bob doesn't have any pockets. All right, I've checked. Trust me. I really want to do the roundhouse where you kick with the ball, but it's like, it's so hard to get right, and if you mess it up, your toes just crumple. Man, I wish we could clone Jackie Chan, have him around a little longer. Yeah. 5 sets of Where Is My Family? Where's Rachel? Oh, where is she? Gah, 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 gah. I'm going for permanent liver damage. Boom, 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 boom. So you think I won't hook you with a palm? You're wrong. Boom. Okay. I can't tie Bob's belt for anything. I've done this where, like, if someone's really heavy on their legs, I'll step on their thigh and, like, push off a little bit. It's fun. It's funny. It's what a lot of my moves are. They're more funny than anything else. See, I can get a hook kick up on the liver. Everyone expects it up here. Then you just bam. Saying pow. Yeah, exactly. Pow, 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 pow. Pow. Hey. Fuck you. Not that again. Is chi really a thing? I don't think so. You know, there is something to be said for like focusing your attention, right? Like, you can really, that's like the mind-muscle connection, right? So you can like feel your body naturally processing things, but putting more energy in doesn't work. The chi attacks don't work. They've been trying for like 2, 5, 7, 9,000 years. So what it does is when you go, it tightens your core, and then you are more powerful because you can transfer force because you're, you know, you're more stable. What's your black belt in? Goju-ryu, Ishin-ryu, Shito-ryu, technically Shotokan, but I don't like that one. I laugh when I fight. People assume I'm not worth the trouble. And, well, and I do too, and I used to get in trouble for it. Like, a lot of times if I do something wrong or if, like, someone gets me with a foot sweep, I say oops a lot. And one of my senseis used to get so mad. He's like, stop saying oops. Stop, like congratulating your opponent on good, you know, on a good shot. It's like, but they did, but they got me, you know? We support everybody here, the one. Never heard of it. They're styles of karate. I've done kickboxing, Muay Thai, I've done BJJ. This is my white belt. Okay, so like, I clearly have a preference for striking. Then Krav Maga, right? That's where all these elbows. I have a video coming out on elbows. Most of them are from Krav Maga. They do a lot of like angles, you know? Bam! So like someone has you kind of like, right? Anthazar gets a hold of me or something. Although I wouldn't elbow Anthazar, so that's a bad example. I'm sorry, baby. Done capoeira, where you do like a hand plant kick. My back's killing me though, so I can't. This guy's so full of shit. How would I prove it to you? The one. How do I prove my legitimacy to you right now? You should give the dummy a green belt. I should. Well, yeah, I mean, he does know how to take a hit. That's true. I'll front kick the hip bones a lot, too. Sends people back. I get that vibe. What vibe? That I'm full of shit? No. We do this every stream, guys. I already showed off all the trophies and medals. I'm not going to do it again. What would convince you? Exactly. See, you say I'm full of shit, but then you say you don't have anything to follow up with. Technically, we're all bags of shit. Yeah, we're all bags of meat, you know? It's just how you use the meat. You know what I'm saying? I've never understood Krav Maga. Its origins are in the IDF, and it's taught over a short couple weeks course. But yeah, Krav Maga is just about being aggressive. So you just go, bam, bam, or like with hammer fists, you know? You just overwhelm them, and you like throw a tantrum. You just bash them wherever you can, and that's the art. Step on the foot and lay the dummy flat. I don't know what that means. You tickled somebody and you got kicked out? Show them a nunchuck demonstration. Okay. Sure. Oops. See, this isn't like a traditional move. This is like a flashy move. But if you go this way, we do this one a lot on stream. It's upside down, okay? That was a behind the back switch. There's a flip. Now we're right side up again. Boom! You know what I'm saying? It's not really a martial art. Yeah, exactly. It's like a set of principles, and those principles are: be aggressive, demolish your opponent, and the other one is to shout. Like, they do a lot of verbals where it's like, get back, stop fighting, I don't want to fight. They just train you to just like scream, like, because if you beat the shit out of somebody and someone comes around the corner, they're going to see you caving someone's face in, and then they're going to call the cops on you. So you got to make it clear, like, I am the good guy. Bam, bam, bam. It's not the guy that's 5 feet tall. I'm taller than that. It's like there's what's on my neck? Why? In what way? What's on my neck? We don't even have the good lighting for the, like, the trap muscles, you know? It's amateur hour. Spinning back fist. That's a terrible, yeah, sweep the leg. It's like, sweep the foot. I have won so many exchanges in sparring by just, because people don't expect it. And you can like tug them this way and then you kick it out. It's so easy. Everyone wants to do the big judo throw, but they're leaving like the easy, it's not flashy, but it's funny as hell. Show us some move, bruh. Like what? Most people want to see kicks. But one of my favorite things was when someone called out a combo and I worked it out here. Yeah, the one. What's it going to take for you to, right? Like, do I have to do like a kick to his throat or kick him in the head or... What are we talking about? Can I do a hook kick today? I don't know. Maybe with the left. I'll get him in the back of the head because I don't respect him. Okay. Oops. He's got this hump. I hate it. Ong bak elbow. Yeah. Run up him. And Ong bak he does two, I believe. He like grabs him with his legs. And then God, I can't do it. Bob's gonna take me down. They do, Antazar. I don't respect him. He won't say anything. You know? Usually I ask people if they are ready to receive my techniques. You know what I mean? But he doesn't say shit. Toss. Can't toss you, Bob. You don't have any fucking legs. Fuck you. Fuck you. All right. So if your martial art is karate based, then I assume your favorite MMA fighter is Stephen Thompson? No. I've just done karate like the most, and it's like, karate has stuff I can do for when my back's like killing me and I can't blast the heavy bag, you know? And I like the like flexible kicks, you know, stuff like that. I like open hand techniques. I think they're valuable. But my favorite fighters, I don't know who's current anymore. I stopped following the UFC like 3 or 4 years ago. Steven Seagal, fuck that dude. A, he's fake as hell. B, I've heard some very terrible things about how he treats women. So, fuck that. Okay. Let's do a little tonfa for the people. Yeah, gotcha. And then I'll show you from the back because we turn around usually. Oops, I got to do that one again. My left is not the strong one. And then you turn around forward again. Do this move. Bob, I swear to God. Oops. See? It was very hard not to say oops during my test. I didn't really make a ton of mistakes, but still. And then you do this again in the back, but I'm just going to come back for the front part. You know what I'm saying? Seagal is hard to kill. Funny. I'm always ready to receive from you, Kyle. Thank you, Matt Thazar. I appreciate that. I'll take shit that won't work in a real fight for 200, Alex. The elbows will work. Hammer fist will work. Front kick will work. Foot sweep would work. Videos of Steven Seagal running are hilarious. Just watched your 1-inch punch video. Intuition confirmed. You're away with the fairies. What does that mean? If I was a fairy, that'd be dope. Are you kidding me? Because you think fairies like have like the little wings and they're like Thumbelina shit, right? That's not how fairies work. They're like, they'll consume you. They're fucked up. I don't get how Seagal got so famous. His stuff always looks so staged. Well, I mean, in like the 80s and stuff, that was looking cheesy and nobody knew anything, right? That was before the internet, so people weren't exposed to like real hardcore stuff. So, in a lot of ways, you know what I mean? So, Steven Seagal, he has like the cheesy like delivery, and he just got by and he made a couple movies, and then it became more about like the name recognition than like getting a good person. Andrew takes emasculated second cousin to grow up on Seagal and Bruce Lee. Watch where you're swinging that. You almost hit us. Yeah? Yeah. Oh. 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 Boom! I have control, MP. You must trust Sensei. Woo fucking tang. Seagal kills the buffet. It means you live in a wonderland. I kind of do. The mad isn't like, it's like, that kind of mad. You feel me? Do you understand? It's delusion. He's from Scottish descent. The Fae are a thing over there. Exactly. Exactly. And I would make a deal with the Fae to gain the power to show you exactly what they could do. But I can't. Okay? Nothing against you. I just want powers so badly. What's that face? This one? I'm not shy. What the fuck are you doing, dog? Don't smile like that. Like a wolf. Yeah, I don't look cute all the time. Okay? That looks like a toddler. I look like Megamind when I do that. Ghoul, that's a compliment to me. Smile, man. I like you, bro. Thank you. I would love to be an irradiated ghoul with no nose. Anthazar would be upset because your soft tissues fall off if you're a ghoul. But immortality, radiation heals you. Fuck yeah. Immediately. I don't care if I'm ugly. I don't care. I want powers. I don't care, Bob. See, it like comes back. scythe, though. But, like, you can't just carry around, like, sides, you know? Like, this, you're fucked, you know? You're fucked, It's just an instant, you know? And that technique from the kata earlier, this is like... Or you open up like the ribs. It's crazy. You're showing your ignorance. I've already explained it isn't to do with the fairies directly. To be away with the fairies means to live in a dreamland. Living in a distortion of reality, delusion. Because of the karate? Why is he torturing my plastic man? He's yours? Well, he doesn't talk, so he hasn't broken yet. I will break him. I'm sorry, Joe Gold, that you feel that way. You know, in a lot of ways, I live in reality. You think I practice karate because, like, I think it's the most effective, most powerful thing? No. I'm a modern dancer. I'm a ballet dancer. Those aren't combat related. Does that mean they have no value? Okay, just break it. Bob, battery-operated boyfriend. I wish he had something he could do besides sit there. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Bam, bam, bam. 12 to 6 elbows don't do shit. They're illegal in the UFC, but there's no reason. It's like the weakest elbow. Are you Andrew Tate's cousin? Oh. My friend, I've had a set of nunchucks for 27 years. What you did to show your skills was hilarious. Weapons aren't my thing. I'm an empty hand kind of guy. And I'm so glad that someone superior to nunchucks could stop by. I don't really care. I mean, I'd rather it be funny than anything else, you know? Because this isn't a serious weapon. I mean, you can hit people with it. It's still a stick. But why would I use this? Empty head kind of guy. I'm out. Oh no. I'm so very worried about what I'm missing out on. It's a very serious weapon, you moron. Oh. Is this the part of the stream where you like say you could beat me in a fight? But if you've been practicing nunchucks for 27 years, you got to be older than me. So if you're serious, you also have injuries like me. So let's not play that like either one of us is some 1-inch, you know, or one punch man kind of dude. The insults aren't going to affect me. I go live with a karate outfit on. You think I'm like embarrassed? Joe Gold, look, a lot of times, I don't know that this is the case. Maybe you're like a grand champion, like me in weapon kata, although I did bow for that one. You know, I also don't really care. That's the thing, you know. Any advice on how I can memorize through 1 through 11 in Bang Muay Thai? Man, what was it? It's like, one of the ways is, I think it's forgive me, it's been like years, but I think it's like the even numbers are with the rear hand and the odd numbers are with the lead hand, right? So it's like 1, 2, well, it doesn't work until you get to like 6, which I think is like cross, hook, cross. Is that right? Because I think 7 is hook, cross, hook. So it's like 6, rear, 7, lead, 8, rear, 9, lead, 10. So if you just get that in your head, then you just got to remember the order of which one comes first, right? Because it's like the same 3 punches for like 6 through 11. 5 is just easy to remember because it's good, you know? No, it's a 1, 2, 3, pull, 4, 5. You were just talking about me and then went to Bob and kicked the shit out of it. No, I'm saying fuck you to Bob. Joe, listen, I have no problem. Okay? I would, if you could teach me something about the chucks, I would love it. But that's Power Ranger nunchucks. Okay? I've done old school chucks. Okay? And I know by saying chucks and old school, I'm kind of contradicting myself. Here, over the head, but there's a light above me. Here, and then to the back, you do the same thing. 1, 2, 3, down, cross. Sometimes a key eye. It feels kind of weird to me, so I don't do it. Here, leg, 1, 2, here. Other side, 1, 2, here. To the front. 1, 2, 3, down. I do a key eye there, stab, 2. We are back to the start. Os. Old school Okinawan. I got that too. I'm just more goofy. I mean, look at me. He said he had nunchucks for 27 years. Not that he used them. That's true. That's true. He could have used them. Yeah, we don't know. Do you have any experience in grappling? Yes, but it's minimal. I only know enough, like, in terms of principles, right? I have a good sprawl. Everyone says, oh, I'll just sprawl. That's not enough. I learned enough Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu to, like, do, like, mount escapes, some, like, sweeps. I have a couple chokes that I can do even from the bottom position, right? Wink. Ezekiel choke, for example, right? I don't really go for like the armbar kind of submissions because that's not really, I don't want to bring someone's hand towards my face. In a situation where I'm doing that for real, they're probably going to have a weapon. So I don't want to do, you know, Kimura definitely, you know, to like, because that's like a good position for like a weapon disarm. But it's very minimal. I mean, Bob is wearing my white belt. God damn it, Bob. And I've done like workshops and stuff like that, but I'm mostly a striker. We have Andrew Tate at home. Andrew Tate. Did you start out with the padded chucks before moving up to wooden or metal ones? Yeah, I was like 10 years old. So, and the foam ones I had as a kid, they had rope, and I had to like tape them with hockey tape, like 10, 15 times because I would just wear out the ropes doing this at home. You know, but yeah, the foam ones I have, the problem is the chain's too long. So like, it's a lot hard, it's good for tricks because it's light, but like you can't flip it over the back of the hand, really, because it's like too long. So I can't do a lot of like my thing. See, and it's like whipping around too much. So the shorter the rope, the better, and you get more force transfer too. So just shorten it. These are like, I don't care about these because I train with the wooden ones mostly. So these ones are just for fun and like dicking around, or when I want to wail on Bob, but I don't want to like take a bruise. Right? This is from recording elbow. Oh, you can't even really see it anymore. I'm doing a video on elbows coming out very soon. I'm working on the class first, though, because that's what everyone wants. Am I banned? No. MP, I can see you. Why would you think you're banned? I'll type this out one more time. Sorry, MP. Technical issues drive me crazy. Trust me, it's part of my job. I fucking hate it. The Psy have the coolest like deployment, you know? Like, and like this kind of looks cool to the inexperienced, but it's like, this is such a huge liability. I hate, you have to do this to like keep it from like wiggling when you strike. WTF is that? This is a Psy, a trident essentially, a blunt instrument with a point. Yeah, MP, I don't see a long thing. I'm sorry. Do they still exist as something serious? No. I mean, people take it seriously, but I mean, these are really good for like catching things, right? There's this very big guard. So even though, but like, you're supposed to hold it like this. So like, you're gonna get cut or something. Better to get tonfas. Funny you should say that. I agree with you. That you guys are hitting on all the videos I'm doing. I'm doing a video on the superior weapon. That's this one. Because here's the thing. Oh. A Psy is super hard to block with. This is so small, and my forearm is like that. So it has to rest on the bone to be an effective block. And then assuming you get blocked, like you do block it, which you probably don't because it's super hard to do. You have to get it perfect. It slams it into your forearm. So you still have a piece of metal getting like hammered into your bone. So it fucking sucks. Split your message. It might be too long. Yeah, I don't know. I've never like really done chatting in live, so I'm not sure how it works. I can't. It won't let me type it. You're not as fast as Bruce Lee. Wow. Yeah, I'm not as omnipotent as God either. It bothers me, trust me. I'm more disappointed about it than you are. We have 2021 Mortal Kombat at home. But look at this. Look at the tonfa, right? It's the same principle. You still have to like pin it, right? So you have to do this. You can't just hold it. You have to like pin it here. But it's so much easier like this because this is natural. And look at how huge this is. And it's so far away from me. It's spread out. Do you have a spear? I don't have a spear. You should buy a couple of watermelons and sell like a goal. Oh, to smash them? I have cut watermelons in half with my aluminum graphite nunchucks in college. But that would be, I'd have to put a tarp down. Watermelons go. Yeah, I mean, depending on, look, if you're new to the chat, people have different goals. Some people want martial arts instruction from me. Some people just want, you know, to talk to sensei. Others, they want, you know, they want some of this. They want some of this. Can I blame them? No. You get the point. Oh, I'm sorry, MP. What's your favorite weapon to work with? I mean, the nunchucks are my favorite just because it's like, they were my first one and they're like flashy and it's like, you feel like Bruce Lee, you know, like doing the, you know, it totally lends itself to that. But the tonfa are like superior. I do like the staff. Fuck, okay, I'll go get it. My staff is a mop handle. I don't like the super long. I like because it's like, I'll explain it, hold on. Hold on, I have to tiptoe around all the weapons. Okay. This is a mop handle from my previous dojo. And I won, this is what I won a grand champion with. It's the most utility. I mean, I walked with a cane for a while, and all the principles apply. But the longer the stick is, some of these moves are like, let's see. It's like these you like. So it's so hard to push anything the farther away it is from you. So I've tried actually sweeping people with the bow, because I've done like sparring. It's crazy, but you can't really sweep anybody. Like an adult is like too heavy. Show some staff work. Yeah. Anthazar's been asking for that since day one. One more time. Buy the watermelon, set a goal, reach a goal, and then break the watermelons. That's a good idea. I'd probably punch them, right? I mean, the weapons are cooler. Stabbing it with the sai would be good. With the nunchucks. I'm surprised the leverage doesn't help. Not really, because it's like, it's so far away, and like the staff isn't, like usually the wooden ones have a little bit of give. I've broken a staff by swinging it too fast, and then like it stops suddenly here, and this part like breaks, and it like splinters everywhere. It's really fucking scary. But you want to see some staff? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, I always got to worry about the ceiling fan. 1, 2, 3, and then you up here. Maybe I'll do it this way. Here. I'll show that to the other side. Then you do the other side here. 1, 2, 3, down, fold it, rest it on the forearm. It's actually surprisingly hard to hit something like a specific spot with the staff. It is crazy hard. Well, I just can't aim for shit, so. God, that's awful. I'd love to see some staph infection. I sliced my finger open. It had a small infection. It wasn't staph. Knock on wood. Is it Jade from Mortal Kombat? All right, Chad, I have to get going. Kyle, I wish you the best night, and rest my furry friend, Os Anthazar. Here, let me give you a little parting gift. Okay. Let's get the good lighting. Hold on, Anthazar. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Okay. This is what gets the viewers anyway. I'm about to sleep. Subscribe. Thank you. Oh, I appreciate that. Have you worked with the chain staff? No, I've worked with a chain by itself. I don't know if you can hear me. I've worked with like a chain as essentially like a meteor hammer, but without the heaviness at the end. And that was dope. You can like reverse, stuff like that. I like the foot oops. I like the foot cast. Oops. Oops. How many times am I going to say oops? Hook. Hook. Okay, almost. God damn it. Almost, there it is. Oh. That's the part of weapons training they don't advertise. I need to get Instructor Bensey over here. Oops. Definitely think about the watermelon idea. I normally don't give out big brain content ideas. Well, MP, I appreciate it. And you struggled with the technical difficulties. So I appreciate it, brother. Oh, sayonara. I will think about that, and I'll remember you when I do. Jonathan Emerson. You guys want to see? Probably should do some stretching at some point. There's another kata that does the staff, where it's like cat stance. I don't really like it. A lot of the same kind of movements. 1, 2, 3. There is a baseball bat move where you just, because it works. Then the end is the best part. I didn't even show that. Can you hear the cars? Okay, so you've gone here, 1, 2, 3, fold it to the front, 1, 2, 3, down, up, another one of these. This cool little pose. Super serious bow. Whack. Yeah. Yep. That's how you learn nunchucks. You hit yourself in the nose and the groin, elbows and the knees. All right, I'm going to adjust these pants. Okay. What do you want to see? Nobody ever wants to see kata. I get it. I get it. It's only really, you can only really get the full effect if you know. Aloe with pulp. A little bright, don't you think? All right, what do we want to see, YouTube? Got to tell me. Trying to be easy, you know? Easy. Don't kick the elbow unless you're going to use your shin and like super high up. You can fuck them up, but it's kind of a gamble. You against prime GSP, the great, arguably the greatest MMA fighter of all time. I don't know. You know, maybe I have a shot, right? He's practiced karate too, so it's like I can't even pull out some wacky shit. He's just gonna take down, ground and pound. How can I improve my sidekick and roundhouse? What are you struggling with in them? Do you just want general how to do it well, or is there a part of it that's not clicking for you? What's the hardest weapon you've used and never want to use again, and why? Oh man. I really don't like using the kama. I mean, I'm not a blades guy. I'm a blunt guy. Wink. Okay? But these I don't like. I mentioned earlier, everyone I know has like really dug like huge gouges in their forearms or elsewhere. It's just, it's too hard to, I'd honestly rather fight with the sticks and do like a Screama style. I'm a white belt, so I'm pretty new to kicks. Okay, so the thing I would encourage you to get really, really, really good at, that will make you like more advanced faster, everyone focuses on the very end, right? Because it's flashy. It makes for a good picture, right? I'm actually going to take a sidekick picture for the banner. You'll see soon. But people don't talk about the prep as much. If you can get really good and comfortable in the chambered positions, like because I can adjust my balance kind of at will, right? I can move my hips where I need them. Like that means I can sidekick from anywhere. And this part is the easy part. Sending it is easy. That's why everyone loves it, right? But the chamber is like the mastery. You know, especially if you're in a traditional martial arts dojo, you'll do snapping chambered stuff. So the key to that is it's not just these positions, right? It's not just, but I would recommend doing that, right? Here, practice getting good at this. No one does that. People do this part, and people don't talk about this part, right? Just squeezing this, like already I'm like, I know I'm gonna cramp within 10 seconds if I keep doing that. If you can get really good control in that position, you'll be a master. Okay, the key to balancing it's not about your ankle, right? It's like you're doing a plank. So if you do a plank but you're standing up, you don't have this like wiggly, all of these places. See, when I let it go, well, I've got pretty good balance, right? But when you let it go, that's like 20 directions where your weight is going. So if you make yourself stiff in here, now I have the stability to move this without any trouble. And I might adjust a little bit, but notice how this stays the same, right? This, even though I move, I'm not bending, I don't tuck to get the leg high, right? This is here. This happens independent of this. Does that make sense? This guy couldn't fight his way out of a paper bag. Well, how could I prove it to you? I am old. I want you to do everything. Cool? Okay. Okay. Let's see. Jab, jab, cross, hook, roundhouse, front kick, head kick, hook. Oops. Let me do the hook kick again. But I don't want to send him into the curtain. That's the problem. Okay, side kick. This is awful advice. Stay stiff. I meant in your core. Here. This is where everyone like is loosey-goosey. Like no, like this isn't gonna move. This is like the thing that is the most meat and the least amount of structure. Was Gracie good? Yeah. Yep. Uh-oh, what's this? Oh. Forgive me, chat. I don't know if this is going to be loud. Apologies. Yeah, Gracie was very good. Oh, wanted to go over the top. It's a bit much. I need to take it easy on my back. Sweep, spinning back fist, right? It's a little late, someone asked for it earlier. I don't like back fist. I love the back fist. It doesn't work. I've tried it, but these are the bones that break in a boxer's fracture. It's not this, it's this stuff. So like when you're smashing it against a hard surface, it doesn't feel good. Pick on someone your own size. He's about my height. You know what I mean? I could have taken the light out. See if I can Indiana Jones his arm. No. I don't have enough space. What is a palm to a forehead? I don't know. Ask Boss Rutan if palms are effective. Boom! Why are you hitting him? People ask me to. Do you want me to not hit him? Luckily in karate we practice hitting the air. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Do you think I'll be good at MMA if I focus on boxing and wrestling only? Yeah. You need to be ready for when someone tries to tear your ACL in a leg lock, but wrestling, I would put wrestling first. I mean, boxing is great. It's super solid. You get the basics right. You don't need any more than that. I just do the because it's fun, you know. But I would also recommend some elbows and knees, especially if you're going to be in clinch range. If you're going to be wrestling, a knee is going to be really powerful there, right? Especially if you can really easily control somebody. Who do you think has the best sidekick demonstration? Joe Rogan or Michael Jai White? I think Michael Jai White does it prettier, you know? This isn't my good side. He does it very pretty, but Joe Rogan is more just brute force. Can you mid-split? I struggle with stretching. I can. Sometimes your flexibility is going to depend on your hip sockets, right? So if you're a man, you might have more forward-facing hip sockets, so the side is harder. My hip sockets are a little more sideways. So I'm really flexible here and less flexible in the front. I mean, I can still kick really high, but the trick with the middle split is you got to not curl over and think about getting your head as far down. You know, you want to keep your back kind of straight and move from the pivot from the hips. That is how you beat the, and I can't pancake or anything, you know, but I wasn't able to do the side splits until I started dancing in college. So, and the side split also involves some inner thigh here, so I would recommend some frog, which I'm very good at, you know. God, Anthazar would have loved this shot. But, you know, I'm pretty open and flexible in the hips, which is part of the reason why I can kick so high. So dexterously. Do you think I can do boxing and lifting weights together? Yeah. I'm thinking about starting boxing, but I don't want to lose any muscle I have. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the boxing is going to give you a little bit of shoulders, right? So you might need to compensate in the weight. I would recommend you do a little bit more pulling to balance out, because especially when you're boxing, your scapula are protracted, right? So that's kind of a little bit rounding your scapula here. You get everything forward. So if you do too much of that and you don't pull as well, you can end up with issues and injuries. But I would highly recommend doing both. You can't go crazy in both unless you're 18 years old, you know, no injury history, you know. So you have to balance both, right? And then you have to pick your recovery priorities too, because that's the other thing is weightlifting is going to stress your muscles, But boxing is going to hit your bones and tendons, I think, a little bit harder, your joints especially. So, you know I have to do more curling when my elbows start hurting from too much punching because the extensor muscles are getting overworked and I need to balance it out, right? So I would say lifting weights is recommended because boxing does not make you evenly distributed. Especially a lot of places won't train you to do both sides equally. Oh, I'm southpaw or I'm orthodox. So you're like already kind of like off balance. That can lead to injuries later. It actually matters, unfortunately. I used to use the split machine when I was in martial arts. I'm not a big fan of the machines that like forcibly stretch you. I understand the appeal, but I think it like you can hurt yourself a lot easier. I know you can push your limits more, but there are ways to do that if you're committed. No shade, of course. In this day, you have to, like I play ping pong. This is good information. Not sure what you mean, Michael. What do we like, people? It's always kicks. It's always kicks. No one wants to see hands. Oh. Oh. Oh, man. See, I want to break the rules too much. Like, I want to do backhanded like strikes, and I want to do, like palm palm. Gym before or after? I would separate them as much as you can. And it depends on what your priority is. If your priority is holding onto the muscle, give that your freshest self. If your priority is getting better at boxing, wait until after. Although I don't love the idea of lifting after boxing because all of your small muscles are going to be very tired. So again, if you do a lot of bench press or something, you could injure yourself. Ideally, I would say, again, I'm not saying this is the best plan, or the most feasible. Ideally, I would wake up and do weightlifting early in the morning, get a bunch of food and rest, and then do boxing in the evening, and then get some more rest. And then I would take probably the next day off completely, right? You got to make sure you schedule rest in there, or you'll end up like me with a bum back. What's ridiculous, Michael? Tell me. See, bicep curls are functional. You gotta like. What's ridiculous, Michael? Tell me. Okay. If you guys don't request stuff. Suparin pay. Body skill is different? Yes. Very difficult, yeah. You've probably been asked this already. How did you rip your gi? That's fine. It's My sensei was showing me kakyuke, which is a hooking technique. So the idea is, and it's the same as the sai, right? It's the same movement to secure the sai is this gripping technique. And basically, it's like you grab onto whatever you can, and then you work your way towards the wrist, and you just squeeze as hard as you can. So then you hit the wrist, and the hand is larger, so now I have control of the wrist, and now I can do, you know, patty cake or whatever. But my sensei did this technique, and he went, and he pulled down, but his finger strength was so much that and this is canvas. Like, this is thick. That's why it makes the noise, because it's like super fucking thick. It's like a towel. So he just ripped a towel with his fingers, like, bam! Like, I have another gi top, and it's ripped on the bottom too. I have another gi top where it's ripped on the top from him doing it a second time. I was always the dummy, or like the example, right? It's like, hey, we're gonna learn this technique, right? It's a foot sweep. All right, Kyle, come up here. And sweep, bam, throw me on the ground. Hilarious. And when I was 15, I loved it. I would be in the hospital if that happened to me today. A lot of my training now looks like this, where I'm just really focused on like only using this hip to push, right? I'm not twisting here. It's just all ass. But that's how you drive the lead hand and then the rear hand, you know what I mean? So this is like my idea of a lunge for boxing. Because this is the slipping, right? This is the loading up for the shovel hook. Same thing. Oh, that feels nice. Oh. You know what I mean? Are you confident against men? Yeah. I mean, when you fight enough, you learn that like it doesn't actually take a whole lot. You know? I have very fast elbows. I've been elbowed before. It fucking sucks. I never want to get hit with an elbow ever again. You know, but I'm confident, right? A lot of people do like the push or something like that. But honestly, it's so fast to just bam, like drive straight in, and you get that spear point, you know? Break the collarbone, cut the face, right? It's so, and even the lead one can be a decent like lead hook, especially if they're not expecting it, right? You can climb over like that. A bum rusher. Yeah, I kind of prefer a bum rusher, honestly. I mean, hopefully not from behind. Wink. But, you know, I'm pretty confident. I have a good sprawl game. I'm a modern dancer. I'm able to, like, surf on people. Why did you stay away from cage fighting? Because getting hurt really fucking sucks. And I would rather be able to train for a long time than take any more injuries. I'm very fucked up. Like, deadlift injuries, martial arts injuries, knees, all of my vertebrae have like bone spurs on them. So like, my back hurts right now, you know? So like, I can't have any more damage, you know? It's just, that's the thing. And my style of fighting has been just like take hits, you know, be heavy-footed and just like march people down, but it hurt me. Having scoliosis doesn't help you either. Yeah, and it's gotten worse, so I need to like stop kicking super high constantly. How will you elbow them if they are taller than you? I mean, Kyokushin fighters, which is like the hardcore form of karate, they'll elbow the collarbone, and that hurts like a motherfucker. You can elbow from from the same range that you can do this. Like I can fit my elbow in here too, right? And I might strike other, like everyone talks about like the organs and the brain. Sure, but like no one thinks about the joints, right? Because joint destruction is like not legal in boxing. But if someone's trying to kill you, you know, I might pop that elbow or like strike joints or like kick knees. You know what I mean? So like I'm not gonna in the street, I am not gonna go for a head kick unless it's wildly open and I'm already, you know, like spinning and have the momentum for it. It's not worth it. I'm gonna blast people's kneecaps. I'm gonna foot sweep them, elbows. Was Fabricate Uriah? Yes. I mean, I don't even like the idea of throwing knees because it provides like that available, it's so easy. And people's natural reaction is to like grab, you know? Tickle them. 3 sets of, oh, you can't see. I did have my Goju sensei, he would do these like, the techniques that don't work unless you train them specifically, but then he like fucked up his hands, right? So they don't really work. But he would take his thumb and just insert it between 2 of your ribs and just like press. Who's your favorite? Nice. Oh yeah, I mean, definitely a known name for a reason. I don't follow fighting like in the UFC anymore. I'm just doing my own thing, you know? And it's not the same anymore. It used to be these like crazy great matchups, but now I don't really know. My brother met Faber at an event and said he's very smug with meeting people unless you're a fighter. That's kind of the problem with some fighters. Bad attitude. Not everyone subscribes to like the moral, you know, which, I mean, most traditional places don't either. They pretend to. But I've noticed especially in grappling, like BJJ in particular, that tends to attract a lot of just like kind of douchebags. I mean, I know many people that do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu as their primary thing. It's awesome. I've done it before. This is my white belt. But, you know, like you put someone to sleep and then some people think that they have the power of like a god. I understand. I don't know. I was always afraid of street fighting. I get problems breathing and stuff. Do you think after I start boxing the feelings go away? It depends. I mean, if you have a medical condition, that's one thing. I know that doing boxing will improve your cardio like nothing else. Better than running. Part of the problem with boxing and lifting weights, for the person that asked earlier, is that boxing burns a lot of calories. So you have to eat a lot more than you think. When I was doing Krav Maga, I would burn like 950 calories an hour. And it was just bam, 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 bam. You know, so boxing is gonna burn a fuck ton of calories. And it's different. Fighting is like sprinting. People think fighting is like, oh, 3 minutes and it's an endurance thing. You are sprinting because you don't punch like, right? You have to be explosive and try and hurt people, and you have to respond to people so like you don't get to control your breathing, right? If someone comes at you, you have to bear down to like take the hit. So half of the cardio needs from boxing is that your breathing gets interrupted when you can't anticipate what's happening, right? If you have to react, you're going to take incomplete breaths. But when you're training on the heavy bag, you can stuff like that. So it'll improve your cardio. No doubt. No doubt at all. I met Randy Couture. He's just like he is on TV. Very cool dude. Yeah, and then some of like the really bombastic ones, you know, Randy, the Macho Man Savage is an example. Really nice people, but you know, that's the character. Breathing because I'm scared, not health problems. I don't like smug people. Can you do a split? I can. Only the side. I can't. I've never had the front splits, even when I was dancing professionally. I just don't have the anatomy for it. Can't really see. What else do you want to see, Pom Pom? What else? And this? I'm sorry to the people who were here the whole time. You know, I feel like there's a lot of repeats, but not bad. I want to give you what you want to see. You know what I mean? Except the people that want to see my pants fall down, which is actually a surprising number. I was not anticipating that when starting a channel, but, you know, everybody is somebody's fantasy. You know what I mean? Can you show me some boxing combos? Sure. I boxed for 7 years off and on. You'll learn how to control your breathing through your nose and out your mouth. Yeah, that's the other thing too. If you, you're gonna dry yourself out too. So it's like, you learn to like breathe strategically and rhythmically. You know, it's like, and you don't always like, not all of the shots are power shots. So I might breathe in on like a jab to like set up the exhale that I have coming on the back end, right? So I might go, I would go for my second class next week. Hell yeah, and it's really hard up front, and there's a wall you gotta cross, and then once you get efficient, and your lungs start, you know, and you know what you're doing, right? Because half of the exhaustion is your muscles don't know what to do. So it's like fire everything, you know. So everything gets sore, and then you learn to like, oh, I don't need to like hold myself up here. I can like relax, and like most of the time you're not tense, right? Here's a trick, okay? I rest my elbows on my rib cage, and then just kind of curl my hands up. So I'm like tucked forward a little bit. It's hard to see with the gi, but oh, okay. I'm no stranger to taking this thing off. It's like I rest here, and so I can, this is like easy for me, but I'm kind of like, my scapular protracted, right? So I'm in like the boxers, this is why we develop these muscles here, is because you have that contraction of the serratus and the lats and everything. So rest them here, and then you only need energy when you fire out. And then if you're using your hips, and you'll learn this, right? You use your hips to like, I like push with it, right? So I'll send the hip. Tell me if you can hear me. I don't know if you can hear me. you send the hip into the arm, and it kind of launches it forward for you. So I'm halfway forward already because I have this launch pad ready here. So that lets me fire off shots and keep very loose and only use the muscle at the very end, right? It's punches is not like, no. The muscles happen in two spots. I gotta make sure I keep up with Chad. Like Boss Rutan. Was Chuck Norris legitimate? For the most part, I don't think he fought super hard, but he won a bunch of competitions. Things were a little more hardcore in some ways back in the 70s, 80s, before it got super commercialized and they had to dumb it down. But so these punches, you explode and then you contract, right? So I'm not tense through the whole thing. Okay, again, tell me if you can hear me. I'm not tense. I boom, bam, explode like a cough, it's like a sneeze, right? Bam. Then I let the arm go. Boom, I let it sail. It's free and relaxed, super easy, right? I have a very soft fist, and then only at the very, very, very end do I harden everything and then deliver the force, right? You only need to transfer force when you make contact, and you need to explode quickly. You don't need muscle any of the other time. So it's like explode, relax, 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 relax. Squeeze, and then you pull back, relax, 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 and now you're here. Does that make sense? So rest them here. Breathe through your nose and out through your mouth in little bursts. You want to save some breath, right? It's not it's little sips. Do you have to have a hairy chest? You don't have to, and some people can't. I used to be mocked for this, but a lot of the men, surprisingly, really like it. Some women too, but it's mostly dudes. Can I have your dealer's number? In what? Sliced meats? Makes sense, but it's hard to keep in mind for the start. Yeah, and don't try and memorize everything. You can't, right? You just gotta let it wash over you. Take what you can, and then it'll make sense. And right now, you're thinking of everything as separate, right? It's like I have 2 arms and 2 legs. So it's like left, right. That's 4 things to keep track of. Eventually, you get the feet, and then you don't think about it anymore, right? So then you focus on the hands. And then you don't think about left, right. It's more like lead, rear. And you just, it happens. We all have to go through it. We all have to stumble and have the difficult reps. We all have the time when we're stupid about it, But you just got to get through that, and then you get to the other side. I just have to start. Everything else will be good. Yeah, exactly. Boxing's made for the human body. It makes sense. I think you got it. I mean, you're thinking about the right stuff. A lot of people just do stuff recreationally. They don't think about how to improve or become more efficient or anything like that. So the fact that you're thinking that way from the beginning will take you farther than a lot of people. So honestly, you may, your timeline may be faster than others. Mine was faster because I thought about all those little details. Bam! See, the good thing about nunchucks is you don't really know where it's coming from, right? I could go over the top. I can go underneath. I can sideways. You don't really know until it's too late. Oops. You get tired faster if you keep tensed up. Just do what Kyle was saying. That's right, baby. Just do what Sensei says. And you don't have to call me Sensei ever, even if you do karate with me. I don't give a shit. Yeah. Everyone wants to go extra. The lesson you have to learn is like to rein it in. You know, like not every shot is a power shot. You kind of like tap, you know, and you get this reflex eventually that like when I extend the arm, I just like squeeze here instinctively. So I'm super loose, and people say, oh, you're lazy, right? You have no technique, but it's like, no, that's because I have excellent technique and I'm using zero effort to, you know, throw that quickly. It doesn't take anything for me to do that, you know? It's like, it's just there. It's easy. My bones are pretty hard from all the punching and the weightlifting. It's still gonna hurt. KP Nation, I will try my best, bro. Kareem, listen. One great thing about the martial arts is it is a community, right? It is a brother and sisterhood. All of us understand what it's like to want to get better, right? We all watch Dragon Ball Z. We've all watched God, right? It's a canon event. Just enjoy it, you know? Enjoy how new it is to you, you know? Like, it's fun. I have the most fun, honestly, when I'm starting and I'm brand new, and they just hit you with 25 different things, you know? That's the learning process is what's fun for me. I love to teach, it's awesome, but learning's better. When I get the secrets and the training, you know, I like it a little bit more. Set almost everything up with your jab. There is no defense. Yeah, if you can get a good jab, the rest will figure itself out. I mean, some people believe in fighting dominant side forward, and then I've tried this. It's actually pretty dope. You kind of reverse the roles of your hands, right? Everyone fires the power shot from the back. But what if you fired the hardest from the front and you used your backhand as your setup hand, right? Because when you're here, you actually are much closer, right? So like when your rear hip is forward, it's deceptive because you actually have far more range. So if you set up at the range of your cross, right? Like I'll do this a lot where, and I fight, this is sort of my fighting stance here. I'll paw and like fire jabs from the rear hand. They're not worried about them because they're not close enough. But then hit them with a power shot when you really sit on it, right? So I'll heavily rotate and I'll like lean into it, right? Like put some body weight into it. It's like it's a little stiff army, kinda. You're not pushing, but there is a case to be made for the jab being like your power shot or like your. I mean, the lead hand is so fast, and that you don't need a ton for that hook, you know. Even okay, here's one of my boxing secrets. Okay, KP, you tell me if I've got this right. Okay, because I tried to explain this to another person on a live stream, and they just couldn't get it. So here's the idea. Everyone fights like this: hips and shoulders out, hips and shoulders back. Right, 1 and 1. You bring the punch all the way back before doing the next one. Bullshit. Okay, if you're gonna do a hook, you don't need that space. The hook is a short range shot. So if I can fire a hook from like right here, I can fire a hook from here, right? So I only half pull this back enough to get the 90-ish degree angle in the shoulder, and then I over rotate into it to go 1, 2, right? 1, 2. The jabs are set up, and if you do touch them, they'll come back, right, as a response, and then you hit them sideways. And it's so fast and sneaky. They think they have half a second of the chamber, but they don't because I'm smarter than Bob, okay? So jab and then half retract. As I half retract, I'm rolling into it, right? This way. And then let it go. So boom, boom. Right? Am I crazy? I mean, I'm crazy, but am I wrong, rather? You got to tell me. Oh, it's there. Oh, man. Bullshito, you're late. Hey, Chisel. Okay, let's just skip to the part where you tell me what would convince you that I know what I'm talking about. Thank you, Michael. Jab to left hook was one of my favorite combos next to double jab to left hook. You're not wrong. Thank you, KP. Thank you. I sensed that you knew what you were talking about. I mean, obviously you know what you're talking about, but I tried to explain doubling up like that, and this dude just could not fathom. He's like, so you go like this? And I'm like, no, don't pull it back. And he's like, so I rage quit that. You can't even do basic moves. Like what? Name some moves for me. If you are so, it will never help you in real life, your techniques. Like what? Like, again, you're late. Unless you've been lurking, right? Okay, so here's one that I love to show people that like challenge me, right? So like obviously I can hit you very quickly, but I might set you up, right? Get you flinching, and then when I put this in your face, then I kick you in the face. Did you see that coming, hey Chisel? Did you see that one coming? Right here? Message retracted from Walter White. Also, hey Chisel, I would not use most of these techniques in a real fight. We've gone over this. But the techniques I would use would be, if I lift my legs at all, which is probably pretty rare, foot sweep, hit the knee. That's really it. I might roundhouse the knee, but really what I'm going to be doing is the hands. And really what I'm using the hands to open up for the elbows. Okay, you got to wait for me to upload the elbow video, okay? But elbows, boom, boom, slice his forehead open, that will work, okay? Boom. Even hammer fists, right? You just smash someone in the bridge of the nose, it's gonna work. He just did the chucks, cool down, tough guy. Yeah, tough guy. If you're so tough, then let's arrange a competition. I mean, that sounds pretty fun. Because the light jab blinds them or makes them cover their face, and the left hook is the power shot. You understand, fighting isn't just about hitting people. There's like your senses. Hello. Your balance. Hello. You are showing your ignorance if you are solely focused on like, I can hit you super hard, bro. Like, you don't know how to fight then, man. He never said he was tough. That's true. I have a lot of back problems, so I'm not tough. I'm sort of like a glass cannon. I could hurt people pretty bad, but they could hurt me pretty easily too. I'll challenge you with all your skills versus my basic techniques. Like what? Like jab, cross, hook, like you gonna pull some Superman horse shit on me, or what are we talking? You know, are you like hook heavy, right? Hook, slip, hook, roll, right? Cross, hook, cross, roll, cross, hook, cross. I haven't just done karate. You gotta watch more of the stream, brother. That's where you get embarrassed. Jose, is that right? I'm joining Kyokushin. Oh, that's what I'm talking about, brother. Oh, yes. I fucking love it. Kyokushin's one of my favorite karate styles because they train it like you're gonna fight, you know? And they're tanks, right? They just tank shots. So they're just fucking powerhouses. It's so great. Send location, I'll come to your gym and we live stream it. Okay, hey Chisel. I gotta warn you, a lot of the people that start off real aggressive like this end up really loving me. You know, I do something to them that they don't know exists within them. You know what I mean? Something awakens in them when I do these streams. I've done body conditioning. Hey Chisel. What's my weight? Today I weighed in at 151 pounds. My legs are pretty light, but I got dancer's legs, so. He's hairy, that's true. So imagine how much muscle you could see if I shaved. It's more. God, if it wasn't such a pain in the entire fucking body, well, I wouldn't do it. I just don't care enough. I don't fight hairy. So they don't have anything to grab, right? Actually, I do have a grip. Oh my God. The beard is also not a good idea. I'm growing it out a bit, but it's like people want to grab it. With all that hair, Robin Williams would have been proud of it. I wish we could have met. I feel like we would have gotten along. Grappling? Oh yeah. I've done grappling. And I've done like karate where you grab and like you move people. And you know, I've done Muay Thai. I've done clinch work, right? I've done Dutch kickboxing. I'm so sorry for everyone that I have to do this speech so often, but you know, I've done the Krav Maga, which you can argue is, you know, not legitimate depending, you know. I've done capoeira, I've done like freestyle wrestling. You know, I've done like mostly no-gi, jiu-jitsu stuff. 80% of people aren't difficult to fight. No, it's like 93%. Because most people think like, oh, when I get angry, I feel strong because I get tense. And it's like, oh, that natural instinct you have as a human that's your unique superpower? Right, because the dude with a lot of muscle and training doesn't also get upset in a fight. But people are stupid. He did stuff you can't deal with. I want to challenge you to sparring. Please send location. That's funny. I would love to spar with you. That would be fun. Maybe you could teach me something. I will foot sweep you though. And I'm telling you because I'm still gonna get it off. Calm focus is key. Yeah. Yeah. You do not do your best thinking when you're angry. I know that. Again, I said the mad isn't just anger, but some of it. It's like, I don't know if it's more crazy or angry, the mad in martial artist. You like judo? Oh, yeah. Are you kidding me? Judo's dope. Judo's like, I think of them physically the same as like wrestlers. You know, just fucking powerhouse tanks, you know? Like, all of this muscle, and they just accelerate you to 10 Gs, right? Judo, I mean, that's where the belts came from. No, judo was the first one to do belts. Everyone was like, that looks kind of cool. And everyone copied it. So judo is one of the original arts. If you're skilled in fighting, most people who want to street fight, you only have about 30 seconds of stamina because all they want to do is blitz punch. Yeah, and the adrenaline, so they're not breathing, right? We talked about this earlier. I don't know if the latest person, you know, was here for that. But you forget to breathe, and like you hold your breath when you're like panicked sometimes. You know, even with training, even with 10,000 hours of practice, it can still happen where it's like, oh, you know, you just like, it's natural. And that's why street fighters think they're so hardcore, because they just go wail, you know, haymaker constantly and like grab someone's hair, and they're like, oh, I have a lot of honor because it's a street fight. I don't have training. And it's like, that's not, you're tough, but like, it's not, that doesn't make you better. Oh, Swing Chun philosopher. Oh, is it this, or do I wrap the hand? Please tell me. I want to respect Wing Chun. Listen, brother, our arts get enough as it is, so I just want to get it right. He knows about elbow, forget about it. Forget about it, okay? I brought my cutting implements. Cortisol is the sauce of ego to distraction. Yeah, and it only really helps you if like you're a caveman and a tiger shows up. And you don't know shit because you're a caveman and you eat raw meat. And so your life is about, 20 years long. That's when it works. But nowadays, we are not built for like constant stress. We're meant to see a tiger, shit ourselves, run or fight it, and then do nothing for like 2-3 days, including eat. Box breathing helps me when I roll. Yeah, having a rhythm to it helps you. And then you can break that rhythm a little bit, where it's like, if you go 4 and 4, if you need to do a sharp, and you can control your stress with your breathing, right? If you want to hype yourself up and like get amped up, you need to take more inhales than exhales. So like, ramp you up. If you want to calm down, you got to exhale for longer. So it's like, makes sense when you hear it, right? But you forget about it when you're fighting. They want meth. Hey, Chisel, I've been respectfully waiting for you to send gym location. You accepted my challenge and called me out. Please stick to your word. Send location. Hey, Chisel, I know what you're coming for. Okay? You're looking to butt-eye my gate on like everyone else. I get it. It's natural. It's okay. It's okay. I get it. You want to slice some cheese off for your deli sandwich that you're going to have. You know what I mean? I totally get it. It's okay. Randy Couture doesn't believe in belts. He believes belts don't mean anything. I agree with that. I actually, maybe you already know this, KP. I've been assuming people don't watch my content, because I get a lot of haters and trolls. But probably my most popular video was the one where I explained, like, I've fought 5th degree black belts. I've fought 10th degree black belts. I have won. I've had my ass kicked by a yellow belt. I go over this in the video. Please check it out because I go into more detail. But we had these 2 guys come into our dojo. They only trained sparring for 4 years straight. So they didn't do katas and get promoted, but they were fucking monsters. And so they came in, yellow belt, orange belt. We're all, black belts and stuff. They come in, they wipe the fucking floor with us. And I mean that literally. Like, I was like, go in, and he just swept me, and I just ate shit. And he just laughed. It was embarrassing. And Sensei didn't fight them more than like once or twice. He was afraid of being beaten in front of everybody. But because they only trained fighting, that's what they got good at. If you only train kata, that is what you get good at. So, they spent their time beating people, and it worked. And they beat brown belts, black belts, people that have been doing it for longer. It's just the way you train. It's the way you approach it. Styles don't matter. Belts don't matter. It is throwing your bones at someone else's bones and hoping that if you work the physics out right, their meat takes more damage than your meat does. That's it. That's the rest. The rest is just like complicated horse shit. Okay? I got to catch up with these comments. Just admit it, you're scared. Hey, Chisel, I'm not really scared. I've seen some shit. You know what I mean? Like, I've been to Brazil and the machete man with no shirt, at 3 a.m. is outside the hotel, right? I'm not scared about a sparring match. I'm excited. I enjoy talking shop. If you beat me, I'm not gonna be mad. This is fake. I'll sweep you with my toe. 175.28. What else are you gonna do to me? Oh, it sucked. They're the bet, and this is a judo uniform actually. It's a JUKA brand, but they don't make anything. So it's like it's whatever you can get. 2 to 3 years Dagestan and forget. That is true. Ooh, can I have a kiss for dinner? You know, normally I would charge you. But because you asked nicely, you may. Okay, you better be ready. I got some decent lips, okay? As soon as I get my pants secured. Okay. There you go, baby. 2 to 3 years Dagestan. I've said this before, but I can't handle the river of sweat, and it's like a fog in there. Fuck that, dude. Fuck that. I cannot handle that, like that amount of liquid from a bunch of men. You know what I mean? And I allow a lot of stuff in this chat, so that's saying something. Wing Chun philosopher. Hey Chisel, age and place where you obtain that ego. Well, and that's a thing, Monsieur Philosopher. We kind of know, you know what I mean? They kind of show their ignorance, but they haven't learned that yet because they're probably young, you know. What did it say? Young, dumb, and something else? I can't remember. KP, it cracks me up when people tell me their hands are registered. Hearing them talk like listening to people with stolen valor. It's exactly that, because they immediately, the moment you question them, it's like, oh yeah, what unit were you in? And they're like, that's classified. And it's like, no, it isn't, motherfucker. It's like, my hands are registered. Really? Show me the paperwork. Oh, well, I don't have it at home. So you don't carry your permit for your concealed carry? You're an idiot. You know, it's horseshit. And that's from like the 80s. Like, that's so old, the registering your hands thing. You have chicken. I'm ready to fight. Send location. See, hey Chisel, but that's the thing, is like, Wing Chun philosopher and myself, we've been around. You know, and I've been you, hey Chisel. When I was young and 220 pounds of muscle and I could deadlift triple my body weight, okay, I had that attitude of like, I'm the strongest in the room, so everyone does whatever I say, you know, like I had a superiority complex. You know what cured that superiority complex? Tearing a ligament in my spine, the bone spurs, that will humble you really quick. And then you realize the muscle is temporary, man. So please enjoy it. Enjoy the testosterone, enjoy it while you have it, because it is finite. And if you keep spending it like that, it will bite you in the ass. Who give them black belt? We have to check. Many people, several people. There's this one. That's my sensei belt. This is my first black belt in Goju-ryu karate. My favorite. I did the hyakunin, which is the 100-man. So it's a sparring match for like 20 minutes, and they just send people in constantly to beat the shit out of you. The point isn't to win, because nobody wins that. You just survive it, and you just see how well you do. Is the UFC pound for pound #1 technically the best fighter in the world, skill for skill. No, because the UFC has a limited pool of people they pull from. They don't. They're not looking in the wrestling, like groups in Kenya where these like total athletes are just dominating. It's very selective to like who has the opportunity, who can get into the right gyms, because it's not even about like being the best. You have to be really good, but like it's also like who you know and who you met when. Let's see. George, you're saying that I'm not going to show it. You're saying that as an insult to me, but I get a lot of engagement from the people that think I'm pretty. So for every one of you, there's like 20 dudes trying to slob. You know what I mean? So I'm good over here. I'm not young. I have 20 years experience. Send location and I'll take you on at the same time. I would happily take that deal. Hell, me and Wing Chun Philosopher, we're good. You know what I mean? Like, you better have the bank account to cash those checks you're writing with that mouth. You talk too much. Yeah, what do you want to see? Tell me. Why are you wearing that to stand there and chit chat? Kyle, my name is Kyle. Tell me what you want to see, man. My son has done wrestling for 5 years. Judo next? Kind of want to build off what he knows. What are your thoughts? Yeah, I mean, judo might kind of limit him, honestly. The throws are huge. What I would recommend is choosing another art to be your primary or like your complement. Still train at the judo dojo. Do like 6 months or a year of judo stuff. You'll get what you need. But like, if you spend years and years and years doing judo, it's just more like wear and tear on like your finger joints because of all the gi gripping. So I would hate for that to like impair his ability to perform as a wrestler or elsewhere, right? Or if he wants to do boxing later, you can't have your stuff torn up. Shonen, there are approximately 600 to over 800 active fighters on the UFC roster. Yeah, some punches. You only see a small handful of them. Okay. Okay, you want to see some punches? All right. I am getting a little cold. I don't stay warm because I do talk. Okay, lead hook. And I pop them a little bit. Pop. I like button hook them a little bit to like strike the match, you know what I mean? Let's see, the Bang Muay Thai system, it's like 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, pull, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think 8 is like this, 9 is the reverse, 10 is you start with the cross and end with the upper, and then 11 is here, dip, 1, 2, right? Hook, slip, hook, cross, hook, roll, hook, cross, slip, cross, hook, cross, roll, cross, hook, cross. Fake boxer stance. You can't box for shit, stick to karate, buddy. Hey, Chisel. As much as I would love to take commands from you, I'm a grown-ass man. So I will continue doing my thing. You know, you never asked me about, my nerve condition where I can't feel anything on this side or anything like that. So, I'm going to assume you are projecting some of your insecurities. Is his head real? Yeah, it's like an alien. It's like super long this way, and it's like weirdly fucked up bumpy in the back. Hey, Chisel, you can probably kick your ass. And here's the Game of Thrones had it this way. If you have to tell people that you are the king, that you're the best, that you could beat the shit out of them, you're not the king, okay? If you have to convince me that you're so tough and you could beat the shit out of me, I don't believe you. Because I've fought real people that can fucking fight, and they don't talk like that, okay? It's just the tryhards that want to appear tough, puff up their chests, right? Why is it important to you that you convince me that I suck? You've been giving me watch time this whole time. So you're helping me, man. Please continue hating. Jab, cross, hook. Thank you, Joe. 6. Okay, yeah. So the even numbers are the back. Hook, cross, hook. 8, rear, hook, cross. 9, 10, cross, hook, up. Yeah, I had, okay. Sick. So it's still in there. I think Hey Chisholm might have some underlying Seagal frustration for you. Teacher Sensei, personally, I think you look cool. Thank you, I appreciate that. I haven't done the muscle show in like 6 minutes, but maybe we'll get to it. Here's the thing, Hey Chisel. A lot of times, like the last guy in the last stream that pulled this and told me he could beat the shit out of me and he was like super powerful and strong and he could crush me. Turns out, no, he's actually crippled. He was projecting because he's very angry. When I was walking with a cane and I was like 120 pounds, I would curse people for being able to walk. Fuck you for being able to walk. You don't get it. You don't understand. And angry at everybody. It was only when I started to get better that I realized it was because I was upset at myself. And that is what it's all about, right? People that are secure, content, I feel very comfortable with my masculinity, my ability to fight, my strength. So I don't need to demonstrate it constantly. I'm good. I've proven it to myself 100, 1,000 times over. You know what I mean? The things that I've seen, okay, the parties I've been to alone would blow your fucking mind. But you'll never see that because you have that attitude. You know what I mean? So you're not going to shake me by like insulting. I do karate. I am very accustomed to, I was a dancer, right? I was a ballet dancer. So I had everyone up my fucking asshole about like my pelvis alignment, right? So I've dealt with far more complicated things than this. You really look like Andrew Tate. Yeah, it's the super weak chin, heavy bald, like, and the nose profile too. How do you think you'd hold up if you fought Andrew Tate? Andrew Tate has a lot of experience. I think he has stacked his fights. So he has chosen people that really, really suck. I mean, all he has is experience. His technique is pretty bad. He can box, like, kind of, but he moves in like a weird way that's like, it reminds me of like a toddler or like someone who didn't like develop their motor skills right. He stands like kind of weird and he's awkward. So maybe that's why he wins sometimes is because people are like, what the fuck are you doing? And then he can still hit people. Good talking to you, Kyle. KP Nation. I appreciate talking shop. You are one of the real ones. That explains the gayness. What, the ballet? Yeah, here, I get this comment too, and it's so funny because why don't you explain to me what is so gay about being surrounded at a 70-to-1 ratio of women to men, where all of the women are in very good shape, they are very comfortable with their bodies, and they are very free. And imagine being one of the few, if any, straight people in the dance world as a man. You can't imagine. You can't, okay? Again, the parties I've been to, I'm good, okay? I had my hands like lifting people on them all the time. Women would crawl into my lap constantly. Not a big deal to me, but maybe not something that you can understand. Go shit and play, what? Showed a little while ago, yeah. You know, but I'm not into knives. I can already cut here. I don't want to cut any, you know, like I want to keep all of their stuff on the inside. You know, if I cut them open, then the fight's over, right? But if you keep all the stuff inside, you can keep fighting, right? And that's what I want to do. I want to fight. What else we want to see? Refresher on the nunchucks. I don't know how many people are new. Okay. That's paracord. And I have swung these around for 5, 6 years. Paracord has never frayed on me once. Kicks, Carlo? Oh, I gotta check the message held for review. That is, oh my God, that is a name. Jesus Christ. You ever hit yourself in the balls when you started? Yeah, that's how you learn fast. I mean, if you're smart. See, I can do this stuff because I'm not hitting my balls and I'm not like striking my leg. Even that sucked. I'm rolling it over the limb. So I'm just catching it at the very edge here. So I can do stuff that looks like I'm hitting myself, right? But I'm just rolling it around. So the force is like dissipated. Do you do Kali sticks? 1 or 2? That's a side favorite of mine. I haven't had a ton of opportunity to train. I've had like 1 or 2 lessons where we did like the numbers, like 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't remember, but the rolling of the elbows, I think would fit really. I mean, you already know this. I think the rolling of the elbows would really fit in nicely with the Wing Chun, right? Those trapping principles. I mean, you already know it's the same stuff, right? It's like pivot points, right? And then you get the hook element. Huge, huge. There's so much potential that everyone's sleeping on because it's not flashy and it drives me fucking crazy. So you hook here and like I can move him, I can move this. That's pretty dope. So like the best weapon is just like sticks. Honestly, that is what I would pick. Instead of like a baseball bat, I would pick 2 Screama sticks because it's like you can't defend 2 at once, right? Maybe if they do the 1, you know, you can like get on the inside and like get past it and, you know, control for the weapon, but probably not. You're going to eat it. Okay, kicks. All right. So my favorite is the lead front kick. I don't do heavy pushing kicks. I want my opponent here. I like to fight him here. So I kind of like stick it up under the solar plexus. So it kind of like goes up instead of out. There, under the ribs. I don't know if you can see that. Bob doesn't have real ribs. I had them removed for reasons. I wear coconuts on my fists. Cool. Like Monty Python? I don't know how many of you will understand that reference. Blue cardinal. That is what that profile picture looks like. I mean, there are other kicks, you know, like head kicks here. I don't really do the hook kicks. I do them on stream because people love it, you know, but they're not super effective unless you really wind up and go for it. And my opinion is, unless you're already doing something and then following up with a spin, you shouldn't show your back at any point, right? Especially the back of your head. There's still a second, even if you do it right where you spot the whole time, right? Instead of just not smart. What other kicks? I mean, there's like the side kick. I know he's going to hit the curtain. Right? I honestly I talked about this earlier, sorry for everyone that's been here, but I like hook kicks to the liver. You know, everyone expects it to come up here because it's the flashiest and the biggest win, right? Everyone goes for the 100-point thing at this fucking skee ball. Nobody takes the easy 40 points. That's gonna hurt way more than anything I can deliver this way. But what do I know? You know, according to Hey Chisel, nothing. Oh, I'm going to show this. He's fake as fuck. Actually learn and practice some real shit before you start teaching like an idiot. Like what? Can you give me an example? Because I think you're late to the party, Kinky. I've done this, this speech a few times. So the OGs understand, and I feel bad for them. You know what? I don't need to do this every time, frankly. Sweep, lead elbow, knee. Again, I'm really a big fan of the elbows. Not really the spear. I don't really like that. You could, I mean, if you're coming in this way and you're guarding up, like you can mash that into an eye maybe. But I like to pop the lead, the chin here. And I kind of pull them into it. Bam! Pop! Pop! So fast. God, and I've been doing elbows, so I'm like opening up my... It's okay, Kinky. It's all right. We've had people upset and angry before. I'm the mad martial artist, okay? If anyone gets it, it's me. Okay? I understand. Maybe better than you could fathom. Okay? My right hip's acting up, so we're gonna go left hip. Spinning back kick. All right, I'll do the spinning back kick, okay. Because everyone loves it. I gotta move all the shit behind Bob. He's not very careful with his footwork because I disrespect him. Okay. Spinning back kick. I didn't even have to like fully extend for that one. And that's a kick that you can throw kind of easy, you know? It's like, it's just like a big log that you kind of... You're a martial arts disgrace. That's the truth. Oh no. Oh no, my honor. Two belts at the same time is a huge no-no? Really? What do you think is going to happen to me? Do you think I'm going to be smited? Do you think my old senseis are going to kick down my door and I don't know. What are they going to do? See, a lot of people imagine storming, you know, my dojo and like getting aggressive with me physically, and it's like, you are telling on yourself. Okay. Okay, because here's what about 3 belts? Like this. Is that good? Is that too many? Is that too many belts? Kinky, I don't know if you've picked up on it. I have trained traditional Okinawan karate, okay? Old school as hell, right? I've bled all over my gis many times. This is from techniques, okay? So that's the thing. But you come in here and you see the belt and you assume that I'm a McDojo, you know, faker. I don't need your validation because every comment that you put in here helps me. And I love you for that. I have a pretty thick skin. I'm bald, okay? I look like Andrew Tate. I have to juggle way bigger shit than people questioning my 25 years of experience. That was more like a back kick transitioning into a side kick. Well, thanks. A little right, but I mean, to me it's the principle, and I've got back problems, so I'm not really going to stress about it. Do you know anyone among your friends that can take you in a fight? I have martial arts friends that can beat me. I mean, they're like senseis. But like random friends, no. None of, like, I don't really have a ton of friends in the fighting game anymore. I used to train with a lot of people at the Krav Maga place, Dutch kickboxing. I fought with a tight group of people. But I had previous experience. I was a professionally trained dancer, so I kind of had a leg up on, literally, on everyone, you know? So, I mean, some of them were stronger than me, or faster, but in terms of like I've just done so much. I'll do a question mark kick, yes. Other side, this is my good kicking leg. A gi doesn't rip in 2 days. It didn't happen in 2 days. Late night sneaky uncle got cut from the JV his senior year. Do I give off the Napoleon Dynamite uncle vibes? Should I hold all my medals and trophies and go, seriously, guys? May I ask, have you ever had a street fight? Can you tell a story? I don't get into street fights because I've practiced fighting. And not just, like, not point fighting, like I've done Muay Thai, I've done the kickbox. I'm sorry to do the speech again. I've fought hard, okay? So I know taking damage in the street where there aren't mats and soft things and pads is super dangerous. My life is worth more to me than looking cool to a couple thugs. Napoleon's uncle is cool as hell. Does that mean I am cool or I'm not cool? At least he has a sense of humor. Yeah, exactly. You gotta relax. That's the thing. A lot of people in the martial arts world are so uptight. My kung fu is better. My technique, I could kick your ass. I'm sorry that you feel like you have to prove that to yourself. You know? I have bigger stuff on my plate than every random dude, which is like, what, number 4 or 5 tonight, that comes in here and says, oh, you wear a gi, you don't know shit. What do you know? I don't know anything about you. You could be trained, double black belt in BJJ and, you know, firearms certified and Navy SEAL. I don't know. But I don't assume things about every random person I've come across. Have you ever had to defend yourself in the streets? I've had to avoid fights in the street, fights that I kind of started. I've run my mouth too much, and then one guy turns into 3 guys, and then you have to back out. If you try and fight people in the street, you're gonna get killed. Like, I went to the same high school as Nick and Nate Diaz. That's dope. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, you forget that like these people like start off in just random locations. What state are you in? I'm on the West Coast. Number 1 fraud. Oh, the one. You've been quiet for a while. Did you have a nice break? Did you take the screenshots that you needed of my abs for your break time? You can. It's okay. I don't care. I'm more than okay with it. God damn this belt. I don't do the way where you stack it perfect. I don't care. It's a belt. Have you ever watched Master Ken's satirical McDojo? Yeah. Nut kicks, like eagle claw, right? Yeah, B drizzle, I can't show that. I mean, you understand. It's kind of funny. But why don't you age 30 years and tell me you think that's funny? You'll see some things, trust me. Okay? You'll see some things. Okay? I don't know. Fuck Bob. I think I'll play with a stick instead. What do you think of that, chat? What do you think of that? Am I the one yet? Do I have to wear the trench coat and the leather glasses? Or the leather glasses. I'm baked, to be honest. The leather trench coat, the 90s hair, no acting skill. No offense to Keanu Reeves. He's awesome as hell. But he's got one thing he can do. All right, I got to switch the power. Dim mock fake. What do you think? Yeah, I mean, I don't believe there are pressure points in that there are nerve clusters that you can push on and it hurts. But in terms of like, you do like this thing and then your liver explodes. That's not a thing. The lethal points, we already know what they are. It's like this, arteries. But even then, like the amount of damage you'd have to do to an artery to like rupture it to a lethal degree is ridiculous. There's no way. So Dim Mak was a cool set of DVDs you could get in the late 90s. But, legit touch of death. There is no touch of death. The touch of death is getting bludgeoned and then your head hits the concrete. That's the touch of death. Or even like this, shoving the nose bone into the brain, not real. This is cartilage. It'll crunch. I mean, look at all the people in MMA that have inverted noses, but, their brains aren't fine, but they weren't impaled, The David Carradine of karate. I like you, the one. You're funny. I like that. See, I like a little sass. Got to plug the phone in. Or the stream lines. We can't have that. I gotta hear all these insults and challenges to my abilities and character. Here's the thing, the one, I just see red. You know what I mean? So it's like, checkmate. You know what I mean? You just get so angry. Who do you work for? What do you mean? I don't work for any triple letter agencies. You think they like karate? Well, honestly, like RFK Jr., I think, if I showed him the abs, he'd be like, that's great, and like maybe I'd do some push-ups and impress him, but I would never work for him. I can't eat that much roadkill, and I know that's like really important to him. Message held for review. These are my favorite. That's what a real karate man does. Really? You seem to know a lot about karate despite hating it so much. Is it because your sensei betrayed you? Would you fight the Incredible Hulk? No. The guy that is canonically invincible? No. He would rip my arms off and then I would be dead. Would you fight 10 tigers? No, I wouldn't fight 10 tigers. I would be eaten by 10 tigers. I am not under the illusion that I could take a gorilla even with 99 other men, because what's going to happen is 2 people are going to get ripped in half and then everyone else is going to run. What superhero could you beat? superhero. I don't know. I mean, they all have powers, right? Batman would beat me at any skill kind of thing. You know, I don't know if I could, because they're cartoons. So like they can do things I could never imagine. People have compared me to Nightwing, mainly because he like is graceful, that I'm a dancer, but you know. The one true twink. Exactly. Exactly. But listen, the one hasn't realized that yet. They need to work through some things. They need to get all of this anger out, and then eventually they'll realize they're projecting, you know. See? You're laughing. You're almost there. You're almost there. I think you could take Will Smith. Yeah, I mean, I know he's as a fan of the open hand techniques, but I have trained the open hand. So I would fight Will Smith. Who got threatened in front of the whole world? My favorite superhero is Michael Jackson. Let's see, I might need socks to do like a good moonwalk. Because like in bare feet, it's really hard. And I don't want to shred my knees doing like walking like this, you know, but Wesley Snipes, well, I don't know, because like peak Wesley Snipes, I'm fucked. No way. But he's in his like 50s or something now, right? So like maybe if I looked up like his injury history, you know, get him in the knee with an oblique kick, something like that. But that's funny. I'm not going to do anything about that. Well, the one, you keep talking about what I'm not good at. 60s, I feel a little more confident. I mean, he gets in shape for movies and stuff, but like, they don't make him actually fight. You know what I mean? I'm sure he still has good technique, but oh. What else? We got maybe 15, 20 minutes left of the stream. Okay? Sensei's got to eat eventually. Okay? And, you know, as much as I love feeding on the hatred from the one, well, it's not really hatred. I feel you're having a good time, which I appreciate. You know? You're not really a troll. Okay, the trolls out themselves a lot earlier, and they just put 20 messages in review, which I don't show anyway. So it's like, I hope you enjoyed, you know, experiencing the cortisol. How many what's from Power Rangers? Take care, Carlo. Os. おめでとうございました。Johnny, my friend. I like your show. Thank you, Albino Assassin. If you have ideas for what I can improve, please tell me. I mean, obviously the one is going to want me to, you know, begin training in martial arts at some point. I'll think about that while I practice my, you know, karate. But, you know, I am recording classes. I've talked about the videos that I've got coming up. I want to know what you want to see. If you'd rather I just go live and you guys mock me, you know, and I show my abs every I don't know how many minutes. Let's get another shot in here for any newbies, okay? Okay, so, I don't know. Do we need to go thirst trap? Do we need to, you gotta tell me. Peace. Carlo. I really like in a competition when you can hit these just right. It's really loud. Just do your thing. All right. Well, shit. Look at all the support. You know, I'm wondering if you could do push-ups on me. I'm not going to try it because I'm going to fuck myself up. Well, I mean, hold. No. No. It's fine. It's fine. I don't trust bald people. You shouldn't trust anyone just because they look like. You shouldn't trust me just because I have a black belt. This is why I'm not really concerned with people like the one or, you know, the others that have to question me. It's like, I'll earn your trust. Give me time. See, I'm going to turn the one around. All right? It's going to take some time, but I'm a patient man. I'm bald, albino assassin. Hell yeah. Okay. Hear me out. Okay? In the Avatar show, the airbenders shave their head and they can feel like stuff. I can feel like when someone closes a door and it changes the air pressure in the room, I feel that on my head. It's legit. I bet the one can't even do a cartwheel. Yeah, I used to do like one-handed stuff when I was dancing. Handstands are really hard on my back nowadays, so I don't do them too much. I used to do, I think it's like a Macau or something like that, from capoeira. It's where you go down here and you launch up this way. Not today. The back, the knees, we're not there today. You know what I mean? But I think I will do a little stretch. What do you think of that? You can see how flexible I am, the one. You can take some more screenshots, right? Oh, what do you think of that? What do you think of this? Huh? You like that? You like the stanky leg? Is that what we want, YouTube? You have to tell me. Okay, this is an interactive show. See, I can do Shotokan, right? I won't, but I could. But I could, that's the important thing. Oh. I don't think I would feel safe meeting this guy in a dark alley. Here's the thing. I'm like wearing the goofy outfit and stuff, but like when I get a good overhead light and I'm like wearing a bunch of like layers, you know, I don't look super intimidating, but I look like I could be crazy, which, you know, more hate. Bring it. See the thing you don't understand about me is that I am no Jedi. Do you understand? I am fueled by the power of the dark side. How old are you? You talk like you've got the body of a 70-year-old diabetic with neuropathy. I do have neuropathy, but not from diabetes. Like, I can't feel this, but I can feel this. I've had a fuck ton of injuries, and I have scoliosis, and I didn't know that until I was the workout 7 days a week, 2 hours, 3 hours in the gym, you know, maxing out all the time. I was young and stupid, which is how I understand some of the trolls that come through chat. Respect, I'm an ITF TKD black belt. I respect your skills. One of my senseis was also a black belt in Taekwondo, and he would be very fucking obnoxious because he's like, I'm gonna hit you with a spin back kick. And it's like, man, you move in immediately, just boom, hits it, no problem. And it's like frame one, and then frame two is he's already like, it's too late. It pissed me off so much. Expect to like call a shot and then land it. He's giving yassified Jeff Bezos with no money. Yeah. Yeah. You're too nice to be a Sith. You are seeing me when I'm in a good mood and I am doing the things I love, you know, putting on a show. You don't see me, you know, losing my shit. I have osteoporosis. Sonny, I'm sorry. I hear you. Like when I get my MRIs for my back, they tell me like, this looks like wear and tear for like 60 years. And I'm not 40 yet. So, I'm 30, got black belt when I was 19. I'm currently doing judo. I love it. We were talking about judo earlier. Judo is awesome. I mean, talk about specialists, right? Just totally committed to like, and they understand a concept in fighting that, again, we've talked about on stream, but it's like, fighting is not just about punching or choking. That's a little bit better, but like hitting someone with the environment, huge. I mean, way more powerful than any damage I could do with my body, you know? I'm also bald, brother. Oh, it's high on Jesus 666. I like that name. Do you spare younglings? Look, we got an empire to build, okay? And I know what's going to happen. We spare the onelings because, oh, they're so innocent. But then what happens? They grow up with hate in their heart. They come back for revenge. You know, they plot for 20, 30 years. I'm going to forget about them, honestly. And then they're going to come back, you know, like grown, and they're on steroids. And, you know, so that's going to be a pill that I don't want to have to swallow later. Os MP. I will not forget it. I'm going to write it down right now. Nunchuck watermelons. Watermelons from M. Thank you. Os. I'll try and tag you when we do it, all right? Jason Lambert. What is that a famous person's name? Or is that Adam Lambert? Is that what it is? I would take off my sock and put a rock in it. Is that what you mean using the environment? Yeah. That is super effective. You wonder why blackjacks are illegal? Blue Cardinal, have you ever gone to a rage room? No, I've heard about them. I don't know if one exists near me. I like the idea, but I don't want like glass cutting me. You know what I mean? Like I want to break like, I mean glass is cool, but I want to like crumple a TV, or I guess that's glass. I want to like, I don't know. I want to do real damage, not just like shatter something. What if everyone knew karate? Would everyone hypothetically be kung fu fighting? I mean, technically speaking, yes. Because karate comes from kung fu. They don't like talking about it, but before it was karate, which is empty hand, they called it Chinese hand. Because some dudes came over from China doing kung fu. Karate was like, that's dope, let's do that, you know. You pick up all the surukens and, you know, all these like, and the old school styles, they were far closer to kung fu, you know, vertical fist, striking, stuff like that. But then they were like, this karate stuff is dope. Well, this Chinese hand stuff is dope. We got to show the emperor. And they were like, the emperor is going to be super pissed if he knows it's from China. So we got to call it karate. We got to like change it a little bit. So it's the same thing, essentially. They just went different routes. What if your nunchucks hit your balls? They have. Not recently, because I've been practicing for a long time. But when I first started, they did hit my balls. You learn not to do that. Or you stop doing nunchucks. Or you know, celebrate the fact that you have permanent birth control for the rest of your life. Kendo versus European fencing. I think fencing. Kendo's awesome, and I've done Kendo before. I forget about that. I've done Kendo. It's super fucking hard. It's basically like who's gonna like do this, bam, bam, first. But fencing is so much farther back, and it's like stabby. I mean, you know, a Kendo sword would like kill you immediately, but I don't like the idea of a thin little blade just like, you know, that freaks me out. Karate versus Japanese jiu-jitsu, they're sort of from the same family. So I mean, it depends. Like, I would say they're both sort of the same thing. I mean, some people have more degrees of black belt than me, but they suck. I've gotten my ass kicked by yellow belts. You know, it's hard to say. The person who trains for meeting resistance the most is the one that would win. Upside, oops, I went backwards. Upside down. See, my left and upside down, I'm not so hot with. I should use this opportunity to practice. I do Muay Thai, Taekwondo, Judo. That is a solid spread. I mean, Jesus. So you basically, well, Muay Thai gives you the hands too. So it's like, kick at a distance, clown on them, and then just, okay, you know what? I've played with you for long enough. You are a bug, and this is the windshield. What's your favorite throw? I can't remember all the names, honestly. Clinch then throw. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Tale as old as time. See this? Not hitting the balls. It'd be funny if I did, though. Didn't hit myself in the wall. Or wear a cup. Although, you can run into issues there. If you've never worn a cup, you know, not 100% protective, you know? That's the thing with nunchucks is like, everyone does it like this, but that's like if I blocked something like this. It's like, what about, you gotta bring that in, you know? Tuck it in here. Uchimata, nice. Hell yeah. I respect judo. I would do judo in a second if my back could take it. I can't. The grip strength alone, because that's something else that people don't. It's like, oh, you squeeze their neck and they go to sleep. It's like, have you ever just crushed someone's wrist or hand? It's powerful. Like, that's all you got to do is just like squeeze really fucking hard, and you can break bones. You don't even need to strike. You can be like an anaconda. Again, not even like choking, but just crunching you. I think Baki did a thing on, oh, hello. Welcome to the stream. It's getting late, so it's probably not going too much longer. It's really hard on the body. Yeah, especially the fingers, man. It's like all of the jersey tears, and it's like, everyone I know, it's like their fingers look like Harry Potter wands, but like the bad guy wands, where it's like thin, thick, because their knuckles have just been broken 10, 15 times. Broke back, kinda, yeah, a little bit. It took me like a year. It took me like a year and a half, I think, to stop walking with a cane. I did a video on that. I encourage you to watch it. What's your take on Bruce Lee? I think he was a pioneer. He is the reason, like, the UFC that we have today exists. I think Bruce Lee would kick my ass and kill me. I think if Bruce Lee had to fight people nowadays, a lot of people could challenge him. Because Bruce did not have a ton, like myself, not super experienced in the grappling side. He dabbled, he learned some things, but like, you know, weight classes matter. Yeah, martial artists like to be like, oh, but technique, yeah, technique is a force multiplier. If I have 1.5 force and I multiply it by 5, it doesn't matter if the guy is starting with 8 base strength. I'm never going to get it, you know what I mean? Like all martial arts, it looks easy watching, but completely different when actually doing it. Yeah, and I mean, the other hard thing is like, some things work for some people when it shouldn't, right? Some people succeed in spite of. It's, some people have weird technique. They have unconventional footwork. Sometimes it works. It works when it does. So it's fun to play the style war game and like, you know, this versus that, but honestly, it's like, it's too three-dimensional for any of that. Everything has holes, everything, you know, every time you throw a punch, you open yourself. So it's like, it's a rock, paper, scissors game. You know what I mean? No disrespect, but Bruce Lee today would get destroyed. Yeah, and I mean, he invented exercise machines. He innovated in a lot of ways. He was hitting heavy bags where a lot of his, you know, compatriots weren't training like that, right? They hit the makiwara, which, you know, I've done, and we'll do a little bit right now. But it's not the same. And we know more now. I mean, hell, now we know that stretching before exercise is not the way to go. You like reduce your performance actually. So, you know, we just know so much more that they didn't know. I mean, he was alive back when like people were smoking inside, you know? So a lot has changed. Bruce Lee would have learned BJJ. He was true, but would he have given it the same kind of time? And Bruce didn't believe in like bulking up. He did it, right? But eventually he like reduced everything. He just got super slim. I think if Bruce Lee got leg locked and got his MCL torn, it would change his approach. Because that's a major reason I don't do it, is because I cannot afford to have fucking surgeries or any of that shit. So I am not messing around with some, you know, fresh blue belt with an attitude. Bruce was amazing when martial arts wasn't a big thing. Yeah, when the pool was shallower, he was an extreme, so it stood out a lot more. Nowadays, I mean, you could go back into the 70s and nobody knew how to fucking fight. Nobody. Nowadays, boxing is like a popular fitness thing. So, you know, and with YouTube and stuff, you can access knowledge that it would have taken Bruce like a year to find the books, find the teachers. You know, now you can just Google it and you just have it immediately. Knowledge is power. Yeah, people think Taekwondo is useless in real fighting, but getting kicked in the head sucks regardless of the method. There are plenty of videos. There's one I'm thinking about. It's a guy in like a striped shirt. He does like a spin back kick to a guy that stole a purse. Totally clotheslines him. It's perfect. It's like exactly the fantasy that you have, you know? But yeah, again, because people in the street do not expect your feet are on the ground. That's where they are 99% of the time. So nobody expects it. So that's when kicks can really work, is when someone has no training. Big Stone. Best self-defense for the street, Muay Thai, Taekwondo, and Judo. They all complicate each other. I think you mean complement each other. So well, you can't beat it. He is good. Yeah, I mean, when you go two specialists and then you combine them, of course you're going to get the best. Like karate is good because it gives you a broad set of things. You get sharp technical kicks, you get some hard hands, you know, you get some open, like you get a big spread. But that's why so many people suck, because they don't specialize, right? It's so broad. They're jacks of all trades, but masters of none. But if you learn to box and you master using your hands super efficiently, and then you learn Muay Thai and you master maximum power kicks, those things plug in way better than having like just like doing crescent kicks, you know, things like that aren't really, crescent kicks aren't really good for your joints. I hate to burst your bubble, you know. What's your take on Krav Maga? I've done Krav Maga. Most places that do it aren't training anything. You know, they're, it's like, the thing that Krav Maga does right is it teaches you to be aggressive, right? It teaches people that are just coming from like jobs at, you know, Google and whatever, you know, like just normal people. They don't have the mindset of like, go ape shit, right? So that is what Krav Maga teaches you. And that's assuming you don't get a McDojo, which is most of them. Most of them borrow the clout from the IDF, but they don't train anything besides, they just do hammer fists and, you know, like Tabatas. But they prioritize elbows and things like that. I love that. Super huge. But it's the attitude of like, you go in and you do not stop, right? You disincentivize that person from engaging with you instead of running away. So the attitude in the training is correct, but they've commercialized it. So like there's like belts, like levels, like level 2, level 3. I fucking hate that shit. Where it's like, we're not going to teach you a side kick because that's level 2 material. And it's like, fuck you, man. Like, why are you gating it behind a year of tuition? That's what it is. Is karate blocking practical? It seems easy to miss your block when you do it that way. I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about, but the blocking, here's the problem with karate, right? Everyone focuses on, including karate practitioners, they focus on this. And it's like, I have blocked you. That's not the point. The block has already happened, right? A lot of karate, the point of blocking is you build in redundancy. So A, you cross the midline. Again, this is going to be in my, I'm putting out a class very soon. It'll be in the next couple days. I go over this, right? So the double blocking concept is like, not only do I clear the hand, I open up the firing lane. The other thing that karate blocks are about is about stripping grips. So it's not about like wax on, wax off. It's like you have like grabbed me and I am going to break your grip here so that I can free myself to hit you. A lot of karate is meant to be like hands-on, like you're holding somebody. They don't practice it that way because it's complicated and, you know, it's a lot easier to teach like, you just do your kata and then you shut the fuck up and you give me the tuition money, right? Can you do that Karate Kid kick? The crane kick? I think so. It's getting late. I'm going to have to end soon, you guys. I hate to leave you. This is always so much fun for me. So, the crane kick, you lose all your power when you're like jumping off this foot. But the better way to do it is to launch and immediately go. Like if you do this to me, I'm gonna sweep your ass to the floor. You know what I mean? So, not you. I don't mean to be threatening. You know what I mean? But the crane kick. How long until you get tired when you're sparring? Very quick. When I was doing my heaviest sparring, I could fight like not full out, but I could hold like a light sparring match for like half an hour, only because I had done stuff for like the hyakunin, the 100-man, which is like 20 plus minutes of constant fighting. Honestly, if you're fighting, 30 seconds, a minute, and that's even with training. Because when you're throwing hard and you're actually trying to like it's like when you're able to sprint, it's not that you are able to sprint for longer and longer periods of time, because then it's not a sprint, right? If you can run a full lap, that's not your sprint speed. You just get faster. So you still get tired, but you get more powerful. You can get more shots in and stuff. People watch martial arts movies and think they're martial arts masters. It's funny. It's stupid how little it takes for people to be like, oh, you do this? I could do that. That's stupid. But they'll never test it out, because they would then have to check their egos, right? They would have to like account for the bold claim, which they'll never do. They got the credit in their little pea brains of like, haha, I'm superior, I'm better. That would make me I would survive more. I'm the superior. Whatever. It's horseshit. It's horseshit. I feel like I missed something. Someone asked me to do something. Yeah, okay, so yeah, the double blocking is like, it's like, this guy's gonna punch me, right? Boxing might teach you this, but karate is gonna teach you to cross here and then do things like wrap the arm, right? Pop it, grab this and pull it down, right? Or pull him so that I can sweep him, things like that. So, but they don't talk about it. They just say, oh, it's in the kata, but they don't drill it like that. They don't have someone grab you and then you slide, like essentially forearm strike them in the wrist to get them to let go. Stuff like that. Some of the old school places will do like the body condition, which I love doing this stuff, where you just like hit each other in these spots and you learn where to like hit. Like I can kind of give myself a little bit of a dead arm hitting myself in the brachioradialis nerve here. I feel like I was tough when I didn't know how to fight, but when I learned how to fight, now I avoid it every chance I can, because I know how to fight now, so I haven't got to prove anything. Exactly. I think we did this before you showed up, Big Stone, but it's like, I've proven myself so many times, I don't need to do that. That's young man stuff, like little dogs bark, right? The big dogs, they're chill because they're good. You know what I mean? And and it's like, not only have I proven myself, I've proven myself against other people that train to maximize their ability to hurt me and stuff. So it's like, the random people that come in here, I don't know if the one is still with us, maybe lurking still. Other trolls, it's like, oh, you can't do this, that, or the other. It's like, it's those same people are like, well, you would never know if I had a gun. Well, you would never know that I've done Muay Thai and kickboxing and Krav and capoeira and all of the other things. But when you make the assumption it's okay, anyway, you understand. You usually see the loudest person in the room can't fight. Exactly. But they think that it's the caveman brain of like, posturing. It's old news. So yeah, it's annoying, but they'll either learn eventually the hard way or the easy way, or they won't, and they're idiots. So who really gives a shit? See, all of my sequences when I go on, when I beat on Bob, they end up in like a clinch or some kind of, whizzer, underhook, some kind of and I've done a lot of the swimming hands in Muay Thai and stuff, and they'll grind that shit on you. It's crazy. Who was a better athlete in their prime, Bruce Lee or Jackie Chan? I like your channel. I like to subscribe. Oh, Big Stone. I appreciate it. You know, hopefully we'll have stuff that you're interested in. Hopefully entertaining. You know, I'm going to be going live more often, but I'll have classes too. You sound like you're full up on classes, so, you know. But hey, stop by. Other people love to talk shop. There are others that are going to talk shit about Taekwondo, so, you know, you can use the numbers. Oh, thank you very much. Bruce Lee or Jackie Chan? It's hard. Jackie Chan was more acrobatic. Bruce Lee was more like physically hardened and trained. I don't think Jackie did the same kind of strength training, but I don't think Bruce Lee could do 1/3 of the stunts that Jackie can do very easily. So they're kind of like different styles. Like Bruce is like hard style, and Jackie's like kind of loose style. I love anything martial arts. How tall are you? I am 5'8". Average. I feel like I look short in these, like the camera's pitched down. Like you're looking at me now, but half the ceiling isn't that interesting. So I'm 5'8". Today I'm 151 pounds. The biggest I ever was 220. I was probably like 20% body fat. But I was like bodybuilding and powerlifting. And then the leanest I've gotten when I was dancing 14 hours a day, I was like 130. Seems like 5 feet. Yeah. Yeah, not 5 feet. If I did boxing, well, not even. I want to show the feet because, like, I got to show the whole body, right? But, like, if we look at each other here, you know, it's a little different. So it's weird, like when you see people like that are famous on YouTube, and it's like, oh, that person's 5'2". It's like, oh, right, but they probably film like up, you know, 5'8", 220. Yeah, I was a brick shit house, and I wasn't like super aesthetic. I had like a pretty thick core. My back was overdeveloped, so I was just like this like hulking monster of a man. Makes sense. I'm 6'6", so I'm biased. Yeah, 5'8" is normal size. Yeah, what's it like? Well, I'm not going to ask you what the weather's like. I just can't imagine what it's like to be looking at the top of everyone's head. You know, like where it's like clearly like the shelves were not made, like it's dirty and shit up there, and it's like there's a whole world that exists that everyone else is just completely blind to, you know? Yeah, fridge is always dirty on top of everywhere. Yeah, they forget. You forget to check the top of the fridge. Oh, man. I'm a little tired, Bob. We've been going for... How long have we been going? 255 minutes? Jesus Christ. Fast always. Chop unexpectedly. Chop, chop. We had this move. It could kind of work. It feels like it's like a sliding shot. I don't know. I'm getting gassy because I haven't eaten. God. I remember I couldn't get to 220 anymore. Like, I can't do the eating. I had to do 1,000-calorie shakes that I would wake up for. So I would wake up at like 2:33 in the morning, down 1,000 calories. You know, being tall, always get fan. Oh, yeah, I hear you. It's always too low, and yeah, I weigh like 185. That's pretty lean. 6'6", that's, you gotta be pretty lean. Are palm strikes just as good or better than punches? Depends on the context, but almost, for most practical purposes, they're better. For a lot of reasons. The reason that everyone else is going to say is because you don't want to break your hand, which is true. Now, the rule is you want to go soft to hard and hard to soft. So where there's bones, you want to hit with something softer so that you don't, you know, break your hand. I mean, if you have to punch someone to save your life, break your hand, you know? But almost always the palm, this is a bigger surface area. These bones are very thick. If your arm breaks from doing this, you hit them really fucking hard. So the other thing that palms allow you to do is that you can use your hands. This is huge, right? Like, just because I hit him, I might want to grab onto his shirt, right? And or something like that. So it allows you to easily roll into using your hands as hooks. So the hands are worth more than just what you can bash them with. Bas Rutten knocked people out in Pancrase because you weren't allowed to punch to the head. You could palm though. And Bas is like, it's still brain damage, right? Actually, you can hit harder because you're limited by how hard your smallest bones can withstand. I've been punching makiwara wood and heavy bags for years and years and years, but my knuckles will never be as strong as my palm can be. Never. So in this way, pam, 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 pam. Okay, tip number 3. If you go like this, people know you're gonna fight. If you have your hands up like this is a natural defensive stance of like, whoa, 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 I don't wanna do anything. Boom, it's ready, right? People don't know that you have a guard. It just looks like your hands up. Surfing and ocean stuff keeps you lean. Aloha, hell yeah. Oh man, I didn't do a lot of surfing. I've done windsurfing, which is dope. It's hard as hell, right? I've been underwater and had the sail like hit me on the head. So, but that is tight. Look at Michael J. White. He's crazy bodybuilder with speed of lightweight. Yeah, he's an exception. Most people don't do both, and it takes a ton of resources to maintain. I mean, once you get flexible, you know, you kind of keep it as long as you continue to use it. But keeping the muscle mass, oh my God, I can't imagine. And being his age, it's like, you got to eat that much protein, you got to process that much protein, you got to shit that much protein out, you know, and that's something people don't talk about. Jump off of his back. So this soft to hard and hard to soft got censored. That's hilarious. But yeah, that's a good rule, right? You always want to show up with the bigger weapon, right? So if someone is punching at you, yeah, you can block with your hands, but if you block with your elbow, you have just gone up the hierarchy, right? So like knuckles are smaller than the wrist is smaller than the elbow. So as long as you beat them with a larger thing or a harder thing, you win, right? So liver shot, you can get a palm heel and liver shot, but for organ strikes, you really want that pinpoint small area where you concentrate all that force, right? Instead of spreading it out across all of this, you want to get the liver. So that's an example of like a shovel hook. You want to dig these knuckles in, right? And that's where I might do an elbow, but you're so close. So anyway, soft to hard, hard to soft. People think fists are harder, but palms can cause serious damage. Old school. Yeah, Bas Rutten. Exactly. But it's not as cool looking, right? Like fighting like that, even though in a goddamn boxing gym, they will have you pawing at strikes. That's a parry. Boom. Boom. You don't, real boxers, and if you box, you know, your hands are like this, and you're kind of like tap, 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 tap until you, and even then, like, you don't have to like squeeze. You're kind of hitting like this. Kind of like when people shadow box, but it looks kind of weird, you know? I don't know. Yeah, you look stupid, but it's really effective. Yeah, but I mean, you can look really cool on the news and then have a great obituary. Or you can look like a dingus, a slap fight, and you live to tell the story. Okay, we got 4 more minutes, and then I gotta eat. Everyone says I weigh too little. I need to eat a sandwich. But what am I gonna eat on stream? No. Here's the other thing too for the self-defense minded blue cardinal. If we're talking about a self-defense scenario, right? This is not in sparring. This is not in a gym. If you're trying to fight, you need to attack the parts that people use, right? Sure, getting them in the liver will drop somebody to their knees, but you got to be close. You got to be like your head's here. It's risky. Attack the things that they use, right? Like I need my hand to like grab you. I need to have my fingers. If you start snapping fingers, they don't talk about that stuff. But like it's really hard to hold things with broken knuckles. It's really hard. And you know, attack kneecaps, the sides of the knee, right? Disable their ability to like throw their hands at you or to walk. It's like you gotta change the way you look at fighting. It's like it's not just I do this and I either parry, slip, roll, pull. You know what I mean? It's way more complicated than that. And again, like if I were to cover Bob's mouth and nose for long enough, that would be it. That's not like a fighting technique, but like it's legit. Right? It's just as legit as this, as, you know, these sorts of things. It's just, as humans, we want to make it complicated and flashy because it's cool. We all want to be cool, okay? But unfortunately, to my great dismay, the cool stuff is not the real stuff. As humans, we want to make it complex, right? We look for complexity and problems to solve. It's the reason we made it this far. But we're like looking for stories that don't exist. Elbow to fist, palm to face. Oh yeah, totally. I've broken people's toes just like sticking this elbow out here when they go for a roundhouse kick. It's so you don't even do anything. You just leave it there, and they hit it, and I've kicked people in the elbow, and it fucking sucks. That's why I love my style. Kicks for distance, knees, elbows, punch for close range, clinch, and then judo throw. Yeah, you have everything covered except, you know, maybe complicated. But if you've made it to the ground and you've been mounted and you need like a butterfly escape, like you've kind of already fucked up a couple times, you know? Simply the technique. Pure techniques, hello. You already know. It's the technique. So I mean, palms really work. The thing you gotta avoid though with palms is, again, people do not think about human instinct. What are humans? Animals. What do primates use? Okay, I did a little bit in a short, I think, about this, but if you have your hands near someone's mouth, they will bite them, and they will break your fingers. So that's enough. Like, you can strike here, but if you think you're gonna put your hand near someone's mouth and they're not gonna go for it, simplify the technique. Exactly. And so when people come in here and they're like, "Oh, you can't box," because it's like I'm not like over rotating, you know, like I don't even fully turn over on my jabs, honestly, a lot of them. I just kind of do a quarter turn, just where I engage, you know, the muscles. I don't overdo it because I'm not trying to show everyone how big of a fucking boy I can be. I don't need to, you know. So I'm taught the boxing party at my gym. If you're wearing gloves, we do the tap. Oh, the parry. They teach or take a different approach. There's not a correct answer. You need to have a parry. You need to have different options. Yeah, parry. And I get where it's like, I want to do the best version. I've tried to do this where it's like, I'm not going to block, I'm just going to slip. Well, you're going to eat a lot of shots, right? It's like, oh, I'm only going to parry. Well, you need to be able to like shell up too. So they're good for different things, right? And maybe if you're farther away, you're going to be doing more parrying, right? Where if he can't get to you for the hook, you probably won't be covering your sides, right? So it really depends. I would get good with the parry. I would get good with having heavy hands, right? To where like you kind of sit on it. You turn over your punches in boxing to cut your opponent with gloves on. Yeah, I mean, that's honestly, they have the gloves, A, so they can punch longer, but B, because if you watch bare knuckle boxing, they slice each other open. It's ugly. And it's like, it's the same with the elbows. It's when that bone pulls on the skin, it tears it. Ugh. I don't use a jab. I like back knuckle while shuffling a 45-degree angle. Like this. No, it's fake. Not real. Listen, Greg, you're like the 8th person to accuse me of being fake. If you're talking to me, I'm making some assumptions, but I am the star of the show. Bare knuckle fighting, amazing. Oh, I love it. And you can, like, the psychology is different. Like, you can see it in them where it's like, these guys are like going, and one of them gets opened up and they're like, oh, fuck, you know, and like, you can tell they don't want to go in anymore, you know, but they almost, ah. I'm new here. What martial art do you practice? My base is karate, but I've done Muay Thai, kickboxing, Krav Maga, capoeira. I've done some jiu-jitsu. I've done some grappling. So I've done a lot of things, mostly striking though. I haven't done taekwondo, but I've kind of dabbled in a lot of things. But it's not professional. Yes, but as a setup for another strike. Mm-hmm. Mike Perry is a savage. Greg is late. Yeah. And that's okay. We don't mind the trolls. And it's not even really trolling, right? Like, that's pretty soft. I'm here. If I couldn't withstand the criticism and the questions, if I couldn't like prove what I'm talking about, what's the point? You know what I mean? Like, I feel comfortable in my truth or whatever. I don't even like that language, but it's like, I'm comfortable. So, give me some, I think you want to say moves. Why does this feel like a Lizzie McGuire spinoff? That is a dated reference. That is hilarious. Show me some moves. Anybody that does martial arts know you're legit trolls hate everything. Bro, my favorite one is where you go sidekick by Green Ranger. Bro, in a class, it's like, I can't even explain. Well, yeah, and I was a child. And so my mom, I mean, you saw the video, so you understand, but for those that didn't, my first sensei was the Green Power Ranger. And part of getting your white belt was taking a kick. And I remember, like, you know, I was smaller, so everything was bigger, but he, like, kicked me across the room. And my mom was like, oh my God. And I was like, Mom, I'm staying in karate. Like, let's see, show me some moves. I'll show you a couple moves, but the stream's almost over. Do you like the movie Karate Kid? It's classic. It's like, it hits me in the nostalgia because I saw it when I was younger. If you watch the Karate Kid and you really look at it, Ralph Macchio or whatever his name is, he's the bad guy. Like, he uses an illegal move in a tournament. He like does it to injure somebody. He plots revenge. Like, if you really look at it, not from his perspective, he is a bully. It's hilarious. But I don't. Let's see. I watched the second one, maybe the third one. I didn't see the Jackie Chan one. Green Power Ranger Rip. Yeah. You kind of look like the guy who played Gordo. That's hilarious. I get a lot of funny look-alike comments, but that's a new one. You look like the type of karate person that faked his way to the top. Do you like Karate Kid? Classic, goated. Okay, DeMarcus, what would tell you that I'm not a fake? Have you watched the Karate movie with Danny McBride? I don't think I have. I mean, what would tell you that I'm legit? Is it that I can hit Bob with a front kick in the face from very close? Would it be that I strategize my hook kicks to go for the liver instead of the head? I mean, what are we talking about? Fist footway, right? You want to see some boxing? That liver kick was legit. Yeah. And the liver kick that I like to do is Kyokushin style. Kyokushin is hardcore karate. They don't do the really big round ones. They go really shallow, right? So a normal roundhouse kick is going to come around this way, but like his elbows here. So I just go straight up. You know what I mean? It sneaks right underneath this elbow. I can throw this way. I can turn some hip into it and kind of dig in so it kind of goes up and in, right? So that's what I like to do. It also like pops the scapula up, and all these little muscles in here, you can pull them really easy. Thank you, DeMarcus. See, we always turn them around. We always turn them around. And that's okay. You're not wrong to think that maybe some dude with like maybe I found this, right? Good snap kick. Thank you. Nowadays I'm doing more snap kicks. I've been put to the floor by a liver kick, snap kick from a woman that I outweighed by like 40 some pounds easy. It just like this, it just like hit right at the right time. You know, I was not prepared. And it was like, boom. It was the first liver shot I ever took, right? So I'm expecting it from punch. I'm not expecting it from a kick. So this young woman is like, ah, boom. And it was like super easy too, right? It wasn't like, boom. It was just like, pop, perfect timing. It took about 1.2 seconds, and I was like, that was a good, It's like getting kicked in the balls if you've never taken a liver shot. Somebody came into the dojo one day calling the instructor fake. He didn't call him fake again. I don't know what you're trying to say, Tropic. Thank you, Vibe Journal. What's your vibe? The vibes here are no biggie, you know? Most painful kicks are the ones you don't see. Exactly. Because everyone, it's like you already know. As soon as this hip comes forward, it's too late, right? So I really like popping up underneath. It's like an uppercut. Or here, underneath the solar plexus, you catch it underneath. My old school senseis, they do the stuff where they like curl their toes and they'll like stab you with their toes. It's super fucked up and you like can't do good footwork ever again, but you can turn your toes into a weapon. Okay, 4 minutes and then we gotta end the stream. You guys get me talking. I mean, for good reason. You know what I mean? We got good people here. Spear foot with the big toe, deadly. See, You know exactly what. Yeah, and they like roll the toes on top. I can't do it because I value being able to dance around and stuff. But yeah, they'll like roll their toes to like reinforce it, and then just stiffen it as hard as possible and jam it in places. It's if you train for it, it's fucked up. Like I'm sure that person could take their toes and snip my fucking beanbag open. Pretty sure, but they gotta like get me, you know, and I can still burst. So inside thigh. Okay, this was huge. God, you guys always get me talking. This was huge. When I was doing Dutch kickboxing, right? Everyone does the outside low kick because everyone wants to be, you know, the chop down the tree. Hilarious. Everyone conditions this. You have nerve clusters in here that are not protected by your big ass IT band. So it's like, and it's quick. When you get that lead foot, and you know, like with a snap kick, I have to pull the brakes, right? But if I'm hitting something, I can go maximum speed. So you hit that inside thigh, it's just like, boom, done. You're hitting here, slap. And it's like, and if they turn at all, it moves them. So sneaky. People hate it. They think it's a groin kick, so they kind of like, they like freeze up a little bit. What's the most brutal hit you have taken or seen someone take? Man, probably the most brutal one I've taken is being thrown to the ground. And what was his Big Stone already knows this intimately. I've lost balance to a few thigh kicks. Yeah, so I mean, I basically was swept so aggressively, and I was kicking, so my momentum was going up. He took my bottom leg, and I fell from like this height onto my back. It knocked the wind out of me. I was like, that's it. I'm done. I'm out. Spear toe to inside thigh. Oh my God. You're cruel. I like that. You do what is necessary. Kicked in the balls. Oh my God. Kempo does kick to the balls. I hate it. Yeah, I had a sensei that, and maybe you were here for this, where those were allowed. Because you got to learn how to not get kicked in the groin. That's like step one. Thanks for the backup, Blue Cardinal. I appreciate it. Oh, man. The other thing about getting older is like, I got acid reflux. So like getting hit, it's like, not when you're young. Bro has actual body hair when Andrew Tate can't grow a single hair. That's true. And when I have hair on top of my head, it's better. My beard is very good. You'll see in time. But yeah, I mean, and I don't get out of shape. That's the other thing. Andrew Tate gets like lazy and soft, and he's like smoking cigars constantly and drinking booze and doing a lot of other things, honestly. Dolph Lundgren. Oh, yeah. What a legend. He's got like 10 PhDs, black belt, buff, handsome movie star. It's like, man, pick one lottery ticket. Tate got slapped silly in a boxing match, lost all credibility. I said this earlier. He fights like he's a weird puppet man, or like a toddler who has like a motor learning issue, where he's like, it's like, I 100% would put money on him stacking his fights. If he has a record, and I've seen some of the people he's fought, they look like it's their first day in the gym. They're like, they have their hands out, and he just clobbers them. For real, all talk. So I got smacked up. The ones that need to convince you are trying to sell you something for a reason. Best fighter, Benny the Jet. Yeah, it's clobbering time. Yeah. Marvel Rivals, anybody? I like to main rogue. I'm a tank. He's like Jake Paul. Talks a good game, but when he fights a real fighter, he gets slapped. Which is why he doesn't do it often, and then he shuts up for what you don't hear from him, right? And then it's like, oh, I'm driving Bugattis. Bugatti. I hate even doing that. I can taste the balls that he's had in his mouth, you know? Does karate include boxing punches? The good kind does. Marvel Rivals all day. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I used to be a Spider-Man main, but it's fun to be annoying, but it's like too wacky. And my fighting style, I just go, I'm like a Kyokushin fighter. I just go in and I want to eat the shots like, I'm taking everything. You know what I mean? Moon Knight. Yeah, karate should include boxing punches. And mine does. Like, when I fight, I don't do, or I don't do that. I fight here because I'm ready to block roundhouses, right? Parry. So, I mean, in karate, we always turn over, but I don't really do that. Some of the old school styles I practice, they're like vertical fist, but a lot of the true guys are just like, you throw your fist. It's not that perfectly parallel to the earth is like maximum whatever. We're not made to fight with these. We are inventing things. These are meant for like climbing and using tools, but we are repurposing them as weapons. Rocket. Xbox or PlayStation? I am on PC. I used to be an Xbox person, but they just didn't come out with enough good games. And then they started, it's like, well, you got to get the new console. It's like, well, I might as well just buy a PC. Tadashi Yamashita. No, I haven't. I'll write that down. Tadashi Yamashita. Who is that? Gotta be a name. And then we're gonna have to go. I gotta eat dinner. You know how late it is? Tadashi Yamashita. Yeah. I've not heard of that. I need to work on my Japanese. Well, I say that, but like I can't ever really use it. I took years of Japanese, and then honestly doing karate taught me more. Like I learned like I am sitting between my mother and my father before I learned like right and left. Pissed me off. And then like you in Japanese class you learn like the formal version of everything, which is not the way anyone speaks. So then you try and speak it to somebody and it's like, why are you talking to me like I'm the Queen of England? And then they use the short version and you don't understand anything. That is my experience, at least. Well, party people, I think it's time. You guys have been awesome. I appreciate you hanging out. Benny told me Tadashi is a real samurai from Shorin Ryu. Hell yeah. One of my senseis had a Shorin Ryu base. And it's like, it's the efficiency of like the movement is beautiful. And that's like where I'm headed with my technique as I get older. You know, like I can't do the hard stuff as much anymore. So I gotta use, the flow. That's dope. Well, Big Stone, Pure Techniques. We talked a lot of deep shop today. I like that. You know, keep up with the judo. Careful your fingers, but you already know. You know. And getting a lot of Taekwondo people, which is awesome, you know. Again, I love the specialists. Tadashi Yamashita taught Benny a couple lessons. I'll have to look that up. Hopefully there's some you know, some good videos on it or something. But thanks. See, this is awesome. See, when I get to talk to people that actually, you know, they've walked the walk, I get to learn something. It's like, oh, cool, you know? So that's awesome. I appreciate that. Always good, bro. Thanks for letting me talk a lot. That's what it's about, man. That's what it's about. I mean, I'll put on a show, but, you know, now I know pure techniques is, that's literal, you know? You're not like the one who needs to, I'm Neo. Yeah. Right. I'm a pioneer like you, bro. I like to hear that. We like pioneers. You know, people that cross-train, think outside the box, connect things that others are not patient enough to see. That's what we like here. A lot of potential, you know. Everybody. Domo arigatou. Probably go live again next week, maybe. I'll have some training videos coming out. And yeah. Thanks for hanging out. Johnny.